6 o'clock, good morning, live from the Circus Sports at the Mid-Kentucky Downs studio. I'm Justin Hawkins. The Titans on Thursday signed 5 of their 8 2026 NFL draft picks. Fifth-round picks guard Fernando Carmona Jr. out of Arkansas, running back Nick Singleton out of Penn State, sixth-round pick center Pat Coogan out of Indiana, defensive tackle out of Baylor Jackie Marshall, and seventh-round pick tight end Jaron Kanek out of Oklahoma. Just Carnell Tate, Keldrick Falk, and Anthony Hill Jr. remain unsigned. The Titans also signed 11 undrafted free agents, highlighted by Tennessee safety Jalen McMurray and John Carroll wide receiver Tyron Montgomery. Today, the Titans rookie minicamp begins. Head coach Robert Saleh will speak to the media coming up at 10:45 this morning ahead of practice at 11:15. Select players will be available to media post-practice. And tomorrow, day 2 of minicamp with coordinators speaking just after 10:30 a.m. ahead of practice at 11:15. On Saturday night, Nashville Soccer Club returns to MLS play, looking for their fourth straight win in MLS play as they visit the Philadelphia Union. First kick is at 6:30 p.m. Central Time. Tune in right here on 104.5. The Zone coverage begins at 6 o'clock. For all your foundation repair and waterproofing needs, you got to go to USSTN.com. Breaking news at once on your home for the Titans and Vols. This is 104.5 The Zone.
$6 a.m. off and running. Happy Friday on Ramon and Will. A beautiful morning beginning here on 104.5 The Zone. 615-737-1045 is our number. Rookie minicamp begins today, and the Titans made some moves yesterday as 5 of the 8 draft picks officially put pen to paper, and 11 undrafted free agents were announced. We'll tell you the names you may already recognize, the ones that you need to know, as football is practiced for a bunch of new guys over at the Vanderbilt Health Football Center. Ramon Foster is present. Justin Hawkins, Zach Kroll, Will Bowling, streaming live on 104.5 The Zone TV, Facebook Live, YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch. Ramon Foster, rookie minicamp, brings back what memories for you in your 11-year NFL career, which began in this league in 2009?
09. I would probably say the intimidation of actually trying to live out your dreams. That was top of mind because you go from one level to the next. Like going from high school to college was, yes, a big old challenge. Just simply because everybody was so much bigger. You weren't in your home setting and stuff like that. So I think college somewhat conditions you to understand the setting that you're going into. It's just that now it's considered a job. You'll see a lot of bodies that are around you that aren't on scholarship. And I think that's the reality check for a lot of people is, yeah, we're not going to the dorm rooms after this. They will have you some type of housing. I think usually for the undrafted guy, I know when I was in my rookie year, they put us all undrafteds and everybody up in a hotel downtown, and then they transitioned us over to like the Allegheny Center apartments that they had to deal with and stuff like that. I think now they put everybody up in those residential stays that are usually close to the facility and stuff, but that was the biggest mindset of mine was, yeah, this is a real audition. Like, we've all had these type of situations, but I don't know if there's anything like sports per se that puts you in a spot to where you're not going to sit behind a desk. You have to perform to actually stick around. And sometimes you'll notice, and I've seen other guys recognize this as well, some guys just aren't as good as they thought they were. And then you see those dudes that, get discouraged and move on and pretty much quit on themselves. And the other part is, man, how do I not fall into a shell of messing up the plays? Because it's usually the biggest thing on weekends like this is you can't be the guy that's slowing the drill down. You can't be the, hey, start this over. Hey, why did you mess this up? Because all of those complaints become a knock on your pursuit to become a professional athlete.
It's really interesting. And with certain players, you could have all the info that you could possibly gather through the NFL draft process and through the UDFA process. But for some guys, it just doesn't click.
Yeah.
For others, like you specifically, it does. And you go from a situation, and you were kind of in this boat at Tennessee, where like someone like Nick Singleton or Fernando Carmona kind of ended their college careers team-wise, maybe in a similar note to the way that you did.
Yeah.
And you're hopeful that, hey, if we get this guy in a pro setting and in a little bit of a more functional, less dysfunctional situation, not that yours was totally dysfunctional at the end.
Had some issues.
What is the ceiling? How does a different environment change the overall just skill level? And maybe not skill level, it's probably not the right word.
I think that plays a part into it because I said it to you recently. Like, I felt like I was a better pro player than I was college player.
You have said that many times.
There's truth to what you're saying.
Right. Like, once you get guys in a different situation, how does that talent kind of blossom a little bit? And I think, like, specifically of Nick Singleton as being a player in that situation where you look at the film and you look at the just football games that Penn State played this last year, you put that guy in a better situation, what happens? Does he kind of rise to the occasion a little bit? And then you have those that aren't practice players and have to become practice players because your job really in the NFL is practicing. And then 17 times you kind of show what you practiced.
No doubt. It's funny you say that, though, about like everybody, in a better setting. I will say that part is true until you realize like some people aren't of the same mindset as you.
Right.
Like,
so people just kind of are who they are.
They are. But like that is true. That is like it is a motivating like position to be into. But it's also like a dog-eat-dog world as well. Like because there's a guard to the left of me and a tackle to the right of me, you know what I'm saying? Or vice versa, that you're in direct competition with. And you figure out how guys go in drills. But the motivating side of everybody giving 100% is real. Once you figure out what the tempo is, guys are overdoing stuff. You'll see some dudes probably come out this weekend that pull hamstrings just simply because they're overexerting themselves, trying to do a bit too much. But the motivation side is real. And then you get into, once I became a veteran, I realized, there are certain ways people are actually motivated. Some people are motivated through survival. Some are motivated because, hey, they just like the money aspect of it.
That's a great point.
And some are motivated because they want the numbers. Like you start to look and see, okay, as a teammate, that guy is chasing it for the bag. And there's like, we're all benefiting from it. But you'll see like different motivating factors. I think in the beginning parts of it, though, I'll speak for myself. Mine was survival. Like I didn't want football to end.
And some guys thrive in that, and others crumble under it.
Yeah, that's a real thing, and like trying to figure that out. Like I said, I never forget Coach Tomlin telling me this. It was my last contract discussion with him. So this was going into I was just finished 10. And I was about to sign for 11. I'm nervous about the whole ordeal of like, hey, man, how's this offseason going to go with you guys? And Coach Tomlin told me, he was like, we knew about you from day one. And I'm like, what? Please tell me, because if this is going to help me in a contract, let me know right now. He said, Mo, you're going to be fine because every challenge we ever put in front of you, you just knocked it out. We knew that we could put roadblocks in your way and that you would jump over those. I'm like, one, how in the heck did you do this, and why did you make me live this life? Okay, but that is essentially what like rookie training camp starts with. It is, what are you willing to do? Like I said, when it comes down to Fernando Carmona, like you look at him, like he should be trying to play all three positions right now. You know what I'm saying? When you look at Pat Coogan, he should be trying to learn all three positions right now. And if I am Anthony Hill Jr., just looking at this cluster of guys, Anthony Hill Jr. and also Jackie Marshall, and of course, though, Kanak in there as well.
Kanak. Mm-hmm.
Throw him in there as well. Like, as many positions and as many teams that you could play on, do it. That's the humbling part about the league is what coaches will be stressing, especially the special team coaches, because they coach everybody. You better find a role on this team, and you better find it quick. And that in itself adds pressure. Now, to be quite honest with you, it added confusion a little bit to me because I'm like, well, what else can I do? Mm-hmm. We were doing special team periods, and I'm a dummy running down on kickoff coverage. I'm never going to play kickoff coverage a day in my life. But I had to show the coach, one, my athleticism, my willingness to be a team player. Like, there's a lot that goes into it because everybody's asked usually to do multiple jobs in their earlier years.
Show them how quickly you can run when you don't have a nosebleed.
Brother, tell me. Like, hey, I'm willing, coach. If you give me a jersey and a number. The coolest part, though, about this weekend, man, I remember as an undrafted, I was just like, I'm hoping they don't give me like 56. I hope they don't give me 69. I hope they don't give me a trash number. You know what I'm saying? Like, I heard Bertha talking about like 69. Yes, it was like, that's not really, in my opinion, a cool number for a football player, but it just doesn't look right to me.
There are certain numbers that are fast numbers, and there are certain numbers that are slow numbers.
Yeah.
Like 14 is the number that Carnell Tate got. That's a fast number.
That's a fast number.
Keldrick Falk, 15. Very fast number. That's a nice looking number. 39.
Yeah.
Slow number.
Slow number. 51 for an offensive lineman. I feel like that's a number. Like 69 looks like a bubble on your shirt. You know what I'm saying?
79. You're a big boy.
Yeah.
You like 79.
I like 79.
I like 66.
Double sixes.
66 is nice. That's Fernando Carmona.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
How about Anthony Hill Jr. getting Keith Bullock's old number, getting 53?
Well, that's
I
a lot
like
to live
that.
up to.
That is a lot to look up to.
Sure is.
That is. Like
Jaron Canick getting 47. If he wants to be the fullback, that's a perfect fullback number.
That's a weird one.
Perfect lunch pail guy number.
It is, but I guarantee you when training camp is done and he makes the team, he might switch numbers.
Hey.
What y'all got in the back?
Y'all get any of them fast numbers back there?
Y'all got like a 55 anywhere around
I did see the other day. I think it was Isaiah. It's Isaiah Bond.
Okay.
In Cleveland is switching to number 0.
Yeah.
Somebody quote tweeted and said, "Hey, buddy, you're wide receiver 4. Put the number 83 in the bag. You will wear number 83 and you will like it."
Be happy you got an 8 in front of you.
Like, what are we talking about, man? You can't be wide receiver 4 wearing 0 out here.
No, you're not him like that.
How many touchdowns you're probably going to have
he
this
is
year,
a
I
0.
say.
That's like a 2-star guy trying to get 1 in college. Like,
Yeah, what are we
brother.
talking about?
No.
What are we talking about?
So when I got 73, I felt like, man, they consider me something. I didn't know what it was. I just didn't want like a 61.
I would have never thought 73 was a good number.
But because it was a 70.
Me, like the NFLPA, I don't really think about the lineman numbers that much. And, because, to me, they're all big guy numbers.
Yeah, they are. But, like, I'll put it this way. Darnell Wright made 58 look cool.
Okay.
Like, I don't get 58.
There are certain players who change the identity of a number. Like Alvin Kamara, when he got to New Orleans wearing 41 was a gross running back number. And now 41's like, oh, hey.
You see what I'm saying?
41. Like, that's kind of cool.
But I feel like if anybody else wears it, it's not that cool.
Oh, right. That's what I'm saying.
Like, Troy Polamalu wearing 43.
Yeah, that's good. Another good one. Another good example.
You know what I'm saying? But, like, he made 43 look good, though.
Yep.
I don't know.
It's so funny. Yeah, it's funny the way our brains work with this, but we are all the same in the way that we view these things. Yesterday, the Titans did agree to terms with the last 5 draft picks on contracts. Fernando Carmona, Nick Singleton, Jackie Marshall, Pat Coogan, and Jaron Canick. So 3 picks remain unsigned: Carnell Tate, Keldrick Falk, and Anthony Hill Jr. The Titans added 11 undrafted free agents to the roster yesterday, including UTSA linebacker Shad Banks, Illinois receiver Hank Beatty, NC State linebacker Sean Brown, USC safety Bishop Fitzgerald, who is someone that we'll talk a little bit more about this morning, Clemson corner Jaden Lucas, Houston corner Latrell McCutcheon, Tennessee corner Jalen McMurray, Louisville tackle Rasheed Miller, John Carroll receiver Tyron Montgomery, who we spoke about during the Senior Bowl because he has such a cool story and was originally going to be a basketball player at LSU, Purdue linebacker Manny Powell, and Notre Dame tackle Emil Wagner, who was a Jason Witten Collegiate Player of the Year finalist and made 28 starts in his final 2 years at right tackle for Notre Dame. Any names stick out there to you, Ramon? Any specific people you want to highlight, or is this just kind of like, you know what, you got to earn the spotlight in your first week as a UDFA?
A little bit of that, but the right tackle from Notre Dame is fascinating to me. Just because he's coming from Notre Dame, the big year that they had this past season, the offensive line teaching that usually comes out of that place, I'm questionable as to how he did go undrafted, because usually those dudes find a spot somewhere in the draft. But I did take a look at his tape a little while back. I think it was like last week sometimes. He's got some refinement to his game that's got to be picked up athletically. He's got to find a way to compete more so, I feel. So, but looking at him, he's got the size for it. It's a matter of will he translate big Notre Dame ball over to the NFL as well. But I got my eye on him most definitely as much as I possibly can.
So we've spoken a lot about how the Jacksonville Jaguars just totally did not care about where players were ranked in terms of media. For example, Jalen Husky was given a 6th-round grade by Dane Brugler in the Beast. He was drafted number 100 overall by the Jacksonville Jaguars. He was Dane Brugler's number 17 safety. I promise you there's a point to this. He was Dane Brugler's number 17 safety. Titans undrafted rookie safety at a USC, Bishop Fitzgerald, was ranked one spot below a guy that was picked number 100 by the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Man.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
it's interesting. In 10 games at USC, Bishop Fitzgerald, after transferring from NC State, had 51 tackles, 2.5 tackles for loss, a sack, 5 interceptions, and 3 passes defended. I think that's maybe the player, in my opinion, who has the best chance of making the team is USC safety Bishop Fitzgerald.
That's crazy. He had a good grade on himself like that. The draft got weird, though, as far as the runs that they went on. I don't want to say it's weird, but like those runs that were made that kind of pushed certain positions back. And it seems like that was one of them as well. A team just took all they could at the top of the draft and just kind of backed out.
Yep. Yeah, he led NC State in interceptions and passes defended in 2024, and then did the same again at USC in one season for D'Anton Lynn this past season in 2025. It's pretty good. I mean, it's 6th-round grade. The Titans got him as a UDFA. Bishop Fitzgerald, soon-to-be 23-year-old, fifth-year senior from USC. 5'11", 201, 4.55 in the 40 with a 1.58 10-yard split.
Good brother. Get ready to learn special teams first.
615-737-1045, our number. Friday morning headlines coming up after this.
It's Ramon for Hiller Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electrical. Letting you know, man, if you have a plumbing, HVAC, or electrical emergency around your home, Hiller's the company that you need to reach out, man, because most of the time you don't know what it will cost you if it gets fixed right, or if somebody's trying to sell you something you do not need. I do know this. When you call Hiller, the experts are going to solve your problems quickly. And the price you told online is the price that you actually pay in person. There are no hidden fees or surprises on your bill at all. Hiller's been in business for over 35 years and are family owned and operated. Their techs are very professional, experienced, and trustworthy. And I'll be honest with you, too, they're just really cool. Give you a lot of information on what they're fixing on in your house as well, and just kind of walk you through the issues that they found, like a good company should. Here's the cool part. When they're on their way, you receive a photo of the tech and a link to track them in real time, so you're not sitting around wasting your time. Their motto is, and they truly believe it and live by it, happy you'll be or the service is free. 100% satisfaction guarantee every time they walk into your house or around your house. To learn more about Hiller, simply head over to happyhiller.com.
Ramon Will at 104.5 The Zone, hour number 1, off and running. Streaming live at 104.5 The Zone TV, Facebook Live, YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch. 615-737-1045 if you want to jump in. Jeremy Fowler writes about what he's hearing about the drafts for all 32 teams. Not exactly groundbreaking stuff here, but a headline worth spending a little bit of time on this morning. That Texas Tech edge rusher David Bailey would have been a consideration had he fallen to the Titans, either as an outright selection or a trade-back catalyst. No surprise there. The Titans had finalized their draft board more than a week before, and Ohio State receiver Carnell Tate was ahead of Buckeyes teammates Arvell Reese and Sonny Styles.
Wow.
No surprise again. One source believes Arvell Reese's positional uncertainty, off-ball linebacker versus edge rusher, was a factor for Tennessee. Jeremy Fowler says another countered that the Titans simply rated Tate higher and figured he wasn't getting past 7, which was the Washington Commanders. Tennessee felt good about getting defensive help later, plus the top-end receiver pool was stronger than some of the other positions it might have prioritized. The Titans never got any trade offers while on the clock, so moving back wasn't really an option. Any surprises there?
Not many at all. I will say having Tate rated higher than his other Ohio State counterparts, I thought that was eye-opening to me a little bit as well. But as he goes on, the reasoning for that is they felt like you could find good enough caliber players later in the draft to supplement they're not getting Arvell Reese or Sonny Styles at that point in time. Like I do think it was a little bit of it became a discussion of why Tate over Arvell Reese and Sonny Styles when presented with all three. I thought that it would be, Jeremiah Love or one of the defensive players. But positionally, one, the Titans need this. Secondly, this is their rating on how they view these players in the draft room. And they have a lot of talking heads with a lot of experience over there. With the Titans. So you got to somewhat trust the way they viewed it. And the other part as well, too, is what's best for your team. I think that has to play a part in it as well over the long haul, not just this season or the draft diaper dandies that you fall in love with.
Who do you think has a bigger impact on their team right away? Arvell Reese with the New York Giants or Carnell Tate with the Tennessee Titans?
I'm going to go Arvell just because of Harbaugh and Denard Wilson. And defensive players usually have an easier track into finding success. They can control a good bit of being, having mental errors on the team and still making a play. Like, we won't judge, of course, a guy like Arvell Reese in a position where he's out of his assignments. We'll just see him make plays, and he has the ability to do that. And with that defense with Denard Wilson up there with the Giants, you got a feeling he's going to employ him to just roam around, heck, with what he did here in Nashville. It's just that when it comes to wide receivers adjustment to the league, better corners that you're playing against, and it's more that goes into his success directly as opposed to Arvell Reese's directly. Arvell can control his just by being on the field. Carnell Tate can't because the quarterback got to give him the ball, and there's a pecking order in which the ball may come to him still.
It's a good point on, the Denard Wilson part of it. And if you're going to be in a similar type of defense that is so aggressive, that's so attacking from the linebacker position, predicated so much around linebackers blitzing and linebackers kind of being heat-seeking missiles in the pass game, I'm not sure you could build a better linebacker for what Denard Wilson wants his linebackers to look like than Arvell Reese.
And that's not a diss towards Carnell Tate or anything. It's just that, to your point, like the scenario that you're putting yourself in, like sometimes it's a good match. And I think that's a good match for a guy that is as attacking as he is. And again, the wide receiver position is some of the best defenders in the world that he's about to go up against. It's a new offense for everybody involved, and he's still a rookie. Like, by the end of the season, you want to see Carnell eventually rolling in and defining a role, not for just this year, but for next year as well. There's some good that can come out of his. But if Carnell Tate does his assignment as far as just, hey, holding up the DB or running the DB off, like, that's a good, like, professional play for him, but it doesn't count towards his stat line.
Sure.
His only stat line is catches, targets, and yards.
Yeah, you can judge impact in so many different ways for linebackers.
No doubt about it.
Do you see it as a negative that we thought that he was going to be an edge rusher, but now he's pretty much being drafted in New York as an inside linebacker. And NFL.com for Arvell Reese.
Oh, no, I don't think so.
He's going to be probably listed as a will linebacker.
I thought this from the beginning. Like, I figured, I questioned, if you guys remember we had the conversation, where do you play Arvell? Was it like 60? But like if you're drafting him for edge, you're not necessarily, how long are you going to give? My question was, how long were you going to give him to develop edge specialty? Like, you do play him off the ball. That was, I guess, the conundrum on why he would go so high. If he's not a specialist off the edge, okay, well, then he's an off-ball linebacker. And nobody's talking about that side of it. I know he's a weapon, but to me, I don't think it's a bad thing. I just think that that's just what he is. He's not I don't say this. He's not an edge rusher as a specialist. He's just a football player that makes a lot of plays on defense to me.
I just have a hard time saying a player is so good at everything that it's a bad thing.
It's not a bad thing.
Not a bad thing at all.
I just view it like that just is what he was going to be the entire time. I think people are trying to make themselves feel better about he's an edge and he's going to develop into an edge. Like, no, legitimately, that Ohio State defense between Sonny Styles and Arvell Reese, to me, I legitimately think they picked one. And it was Arvell that rushed off the edge a little bit more because he may have had a little bit of a better skill. But he's not a David Bailey off the edge is what I'm saying. He can go get the job done, and he's got some tools that are very productive to him. But as far as him being an edge rusher hawk, like, no, he's just, to me, a specialty piece.
Yeah, I get it. I feel like when you draft somebody that high, you want them to be great at one thing.
Like a specialty. He's great at everything.
For sure.
But is he, though? Like, he's not had a lot of experience as far as an edge rusher goes. He had 1 year and had, 7.5 sacks. So
it's pretty great on like 65 rushes around the edge.
I'm just curious how he fits in that defense.
I do think
because there's a lot that they've kind of spent money on and drafted last year. They brought in Tremaine Edmonds this year. I just wonder how he fits in that defensive scheme. I'm curious. I'm just curious.
No, I feel you're questioning on that one, but like with him, it was always going to be he goes everywhere. Like, I get what you're saying. Like, which position is he going to play? And I think what I would ask you then, what position does Michael Parsons play to you?
He's an edge rusher.
Yeah,
you think he's an edge?
Yeah.
He's more on the edge than I feel like he is.
More so than what Arvell Reese is.
Okay.
Yeah.
More so than Arvell Reese. Okay,
it sounds more like Arvell Reese is an upgraded, better version of Isaiah Simmons in New York.
I don't like that comp, though.
Well, but he's better than Isaiah Simmons.
Yeah.
Like Isaiah Simmons was more of a safety / linebacker. Arvell is more of an edge / linebacker.
That's a good point.
He's not Isaiah Simmons.
Yeah.
He's not the same player.
You've been perfectly good if he was in this floater role as well, too. This jack role is just moving up and down.
Absolutely.
Okay. Gotcha.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Again, there were 5 players I was cool with, that we were cool with.
Yeah.
Cardell Tate was one of them.
He was.
Arvell Reese was definitely one of them. Sonny Styles was. But it does slant my opinion a little bit more away from Reese if you are going to use him as an off-ball linebacker for all the same reasons that Sonny Styles wasn't my top pick. Because you could go find a talent of Anthony Hill Jr.'s caliber in the second round, and they did.
They did.
And so that maneuverability is more impactful for this team because of that drop-off. I like Anthony Hill Jr. quite a bit for this system with his athleticism and some of his comparison to Fred Warner and other Robert Saleh linebackers that I think there's a much bigger drop-off from Carnell Tate to that next group of wide receivers than there was from Arvell Reese as an inside linebacker to the other group of inside linebackers that you had available to pick on night 2.
For sure. You went for the actual position, and Anthony Hill plays that position well. I guess that's also where it comes into figuring out, Will, who's going to be the nickel or just the Sam that plays around in this defense as well. But, again, I think you can make a point as to why Arvell was taken there. If I'm thinking about the Baltimore Ravens style defense, like he fits them to a T. Like he's a Kyle Van Noy type to me. He's Donnell Ellerby that plays up on the sideline. Up at the line of scrimmage and back off the ball as well. Suggs, like he matches that style of ball that they want to incorporate in New York right now. So I'm not mad at it, but I get what you're saying as far as you got an off-ball linebacker. His name is Anthony Hill, not a guy that you had to move up to the line of scrimmage that could potentially take reps away from your edge guys. And he's not that great of an edge rusher right now.
Anthony Hill Jr.?
No, Arvell Reese.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah. You got a position-specific draft pick.
I don't know. It's going to be interesting to follow. I think Cardell Tate has a bigger immediate impact than Orville Reese does.
You do?
I do. That being said, a lot of that depends on Cam Ward throwing accurate passes deep down the field, and that's not something that we saw consistently last year.
It was not. That is a question that I could ask, like, how soon do you need to see it? But, like, when it clicks with a guy like Cam.
Soon.
Like,
top 5 overall receiver.
Yeah.
Cardell Tate has a really high bar to clear in his first season and in all of his seasons here. Yes, I mean, he was drafted in a very rich place to go get a wideout, and I think there is an expectation for him to come in right away and solve a lot of those issues in the vertical passing game. Yep. I just think he is more impactful because of how perfectly he fits what the Titans needed. That's a big puzzle piece that was missing in the vertical passing game. And as aggressive as Cam Ward is, and as many Cardell Tates down there somewhere plays as I think this offense is going to run, I just think there's a lot of opportunities to showcase Tate as the focal point of this offense, as the threat that scares you in this entire offense. And quite honestly, I don't know if I can name you another player who's going to be a bigger part of this offense right away the way that it's built. Tony Pollard is a good running back. I don't know if the whole offense is built around Tony Pollard. It could be built around the run game overall, but I think that's by committee. I think Wan'Dale Robinson's a really good wide receiver. Is Wan'Dale Robinson the main guy you are trying to scheme open? I don't know. I think you can make the argument it's already going to be Cardell Tate the second he puts on his helmet.
I push back a little bit. I'd say just based off sheer volume in the last 2 years, something that Wan'Dale Robinson's grown to be a normal thing for him. It's got to be him. Like, it might not be the big plays down the field, but like the volume and how you start off games and go to a guy like Wan'Dale Robinson, I genuinely do think maybe the first 8 to 9 games of the season, you'll see a heavy dose, I feel like, of Calvin Ridley, including Wan'Dale Robinson, are the guys that are sure-handed dudes. Because, again, when it comes down to the pecking order, like, yeah, Calvin may have taken a pay cut, but the respect that Calvin has in his league and the plays that he needs to make, and I feel like when you look at Cam Ward and his cohesion last year, those two guys should be on the same page in their second year together is the way I view it. I honestly go Wan'Dale, I go Calvin, then I go Carnell. Now, Carnell creeping up later into the season.
Calvin over Carnell?
Yes. Just the veteran side of it. Calvin,
what about the health side of it, though?
Well, he's healthy now. We can't say that he's going to be injured if we hadn't played out the season just yet, though. Like, I understand the conversation of, like, yeah, I legitimately look at it as Wan'Dale, Calvin, then Carnell.
Calvin's got to catch the football when it's thrown his way.
He does, 100%. So does all of the wide receivers.
Cardell Tate does not have that problem.
No, he doesn't.
I mean, we've not seen him as an NFL receiver yet against NFL DBs, to be fair, but the vice grips for hands that Cardell Tate has and the ability to separate against man coverage deep down the field, I just think it comes down to the way Cam Ward's wired. And Cam Ward's willingness and propensity to just chuck it.
No doubt.
As a gunslinger.
I do believe in the NFL pecking order sometimes. Like, if Calvin started to have a case of the dropsies, okay, yeah. He'll move back when we'll close the door. We'll close the door, but 1 year is different from the other. And I know this has to be a glaring issue of his going into the offseason, Calvin Ridley, that is. If he doesn't or didn't have a jugs machine at his home in the backyard, on the rooftop, whatever the case may have been, with his kids or his wife punching the balls to him, there's something completely wrong with him, and he doesn't take his craft seriously.
I think that, well, let me pose it as a question to you first. Where statistically do you think those three guys, do those three guys end up this year?
Statistically, like yards?
Yeah. I could go first if you want me to, because
because I don't know what this offense is going to look like. So it's I could go 1,008 and 7. You know what I'm saying? 1,900 yards and 700 yards, or 600 yards for a guy like Calvin in his first. For Carnell in his first year.
If Calvin really gives me 600 yards this year, I'm thrilled.
You think Carnell Taylor have more yards than Calvin this year?
Yes.
You do?
Confidently.
Ooh, I don't know if I would push that one just yet.
I think Wan'Dale could even compete to have more yards than
I think Wan'Dale's going to have the most yards this year.
I never argued against that.
Yeah. I got Wan'Dale first in yards.
I just think Carnell is the guy you are trying to go to. And I think Wan'Dale Robinson could benefit from that. I mean, at the end of the day, I'm not saying that Carnell Tate's going to have more yards than Wan'Dale Robinson is. But I do think that Carnell Tate ends up being wide receiver 1 this season.
Wow.
I do.
Not
like wide receiver 1 in terms of let's get the ball to Carnell Tate. I think what's most likely, if I had to guess statistically, is Carnell Tate leads the team in targets, and Wan'Dale Robinson might lead in overall yardage.
You say Carnell leads in targets.
Yep.
And Wan'Dale leads in overall yards.
I think it's Wan'Dale Robinson between 900 to 1,000. I think Carnell Tate's between 800 to 900. I think Calvin Ridley's between 600 to 700 in a perfect world.
I'd switch that one.
Really?
I would.
You're expecting a lot of Calvin Ridley coming off a major injury when he struggled to consistently catch the football last year.
And he's fully healthy this year.
Sure, but this late in his career, what else is going to pop up that hasn't? I mean, I know it was the big injury last year, but there was also a hamstring injury mixed in there.
No doubt, but that's any player on any given year, though. I mean, legitimately,
a receiver pushing 30 isn't just any other player. Like receivers pushing 30 have more of a propensity to get hurt than a receiver who's 21.
No doubt about it. 100% I'm with you on that one, too. But like 1 year to the next and years that you got to go have it, I just can't see Calvin taking a back seat to a rookie in which he's leading them and they're all going to be on the field at the same time. I think this actually gives more of a sense of urgency to a guy like Calvin and Cam's relationship. I personally look at the pecking order and say, depending on the routes that they're going to have Calvin run, if they're dummy missions and he's running straight nines just to clear out the defense and stuff like that, that's not productive. But his involvement in the offense and ability to play outside and slants over the middle, I think that portion of his game may be slightly better than Carnell's right now at this point. When you're talking about running a 7-yard slant in, like those are the types of things I feel like that Calvin needs to catch when the ball's coming his way. And just the pecking order of how Cam's already established something with Calvin. Carnell, to me, is in an earner's role right now. I do think playing on the outside, if he does, he's going to get high volume of targets. And I usually will look at it and say, follow the money, number one. Wan'Dale has to go get it. I personally think Calvin will be next up. And then it'll be Carnell. Again, I'm not saying Carnell doesn't have a better year or doesn't find himself getting a bigger role, but Carnell still has to prove that, and there's an adjustment period for him as well. I legitimately got it. Wan'Dale, Calvin, and Carnell.
Interesting. I mean, that's just an interesting expectation to me. I think it's an odd expectation for someone drafted number 4 versus a 31-year-old receiver who had 3 drops and just a couple of games that he played last season.
I look at it as a growth role for Carnell. I'm not saying Carnell is not going to show his importance.
Sure.
I look at it as Mike Evans and Emeka Egbuka. Like that trio that they had down there in Tampa, like Emeka got in the mix and you saw what Emeka was going to be capable of eventually, and it did grow, but initially it went to the first 2 veterans and then him.
I don't see Calvin Ridley as Mike Evans. I don't see him as that level receiver at this point in his career.
Respect-wise, he is, though. Veteran-wise, he is.
I mean, Mike Evans had a decade plus of 1,000-yard seasons, and Calvin Ridley's coming off of a year where, respectfully, when he was on the field last year, he was not as impactful as he needed to be.
I personally just don't think you can minimize a player just based off the fact that you got a new draft pick in the building when it comes down to
I'm minimizing
what
Calvin
they're
Ridley
capable of.
because of how he played when he was healthy last year and the fact that he wasn't healthy for most of last year.
For sure. But
it's not all about Tate for me on the Ridley part of it.
It's a new year, though, when you look at it.
Well, sure,
like,
but
it is also that side.
I also don't think that means you can make the leap and say that Calvin Ridley is Mike Evans.
Okay, so here's a scenario in which Emeka Egbuka was in last year. He ended up defining his role a little bit more, just looking at just overall stat lines, whatever the case may be. Just end of the year stat lines for him. Emeka Egbuka ended up having more yards than Mike Evans and Chris Godwin simply because of injuries. He was more available than those 2 guys were.
That's part of my point.
Understood. But again, initially, you're going to go with Mike Evans and Chris Godwin and then Emeka Egbuka. Like him climbing up the ranks, like, yeah, injuries play a factor in Carnell's role growing more.
Sure.
But I'm looking at this in a blank year. Calvin's not asking to get hurt. Is my point.
Of course not. No one's asking to get hurt.
And my point of it is,
it's just he's 31.
He's 31, but other 31-year-olds have had very successful years, too.
Sure.
I'm not willing to put Calvin on the corner on this one.
I'm not putting him on the corner. I'm putting him behind Carnell Tate.
For sure.
That's all it is. I think where we differ is the comparison of Mike Evans being Calvin Ridley.
No,
I don't see Calvin Ridley the same level receiver at this point in his career to what Mike Evans was even at the beginning of last year for Tampa.
That's true, but on the Tennessee Titans teams, he is that level of player for the Titans to me.
I think Cardell Tate quickly becomes that level of go-to guy.
Listen, I'm optimistic on him as well. We're both saying the same thing when it boils down to. I'm just looking at the timeline of how it actually unfolds. I personally think if Calvin's healthy, you go Wandale, Calvin, and Carnell, and there's nothing wrong with it because he still is a rookie. There's a growth period for him. He's going to have some of the grunt work. What if it is Carnell that is pushing the ball down the field and it's a possession series for a guy like Calvin Ridley?
I'm not trying to hand Cardell Tate anything before he comes in here and earns it. And obviously, this is my mentality on it, and it's not the one that Brian Daboll and the coaching staff will have. It comes down to me the fact that Cardell Tate does exactly what Cam Ward loves his receivers to do.
True.
Get open down the field.
True.
And catch it when I throw it to you is, kind of the simplest part of being a wide receiver. Just watching Cam Ward and being around this team this past season and the way Cam Ward's brain is wired fits perfectly what Cardell Tate is going to do. Go deep. Go long. The essence of playing quarterback and receiver on recess fields and tailgates all around the country. Go long and get open. And that's why I think he has so many targets and so many overall opportunities to showcase his downfield pass catching. The question I have is, how do teams defend the Titans? Because I do think that's a critical follow-up question. Whose number one corner is following who? Are you trying to take away Cardell Tate first? Because if so, early in the season, you might get more just collateral receiving yards by way of seeing more corner 2 and 3 for Wan'Dale Robinson and Calvin Ridley. Do you try to take away the vets? Do you put, for example, let's say Cardell Tate's on the team. Let's say it's the exact same matchup week 1.
Yeah.
They don't play the Broncos this year, but say you're playing the Broncos. Who's Pat Surtain following on the Tennessee Titans offense?
Probably Calvin.
Well, that's good news for Cardell Tate.
That is good news for him.
But and you could spin it the other way, too, and say, if you try to take away Cardell Tate, it's great news for Calvin Ridley. That is something that does excite me, is which of these two veterans becomes the afterthought for opposing defenses and benefits from it? Because they're going up against young corners or more unproven defensive backs overall.
And again, I'm going to say this, and I respect the talent level of Cardell Tate. Clearly, he's a top 5 pick. But he's not playing against Rutgers corners. He's not playing against Northwestern corners or UCLA corners on this one as well. This is the top 1%. And the only reason I say it'll be a slow-to-go start for a guy like Cardell Tate is there is that adjustment that cornerback 2 in this league is still better than anything that he's seen in the Big Ten this year. And we're talking about corner. And that, to me, is the adjustment period why I think there will be a slow roll to getting Cardell adjusted to it. Like the quick screens and stuff like that. And if my thing is this, though, too. If Cardell's only the go down the field and go get it guy, like I know he's good at catching 50-50 balls, but that's where the other part of this discussion plays a part. What is Cam's touch going to be later down the field? That plays a part if you're only asking him to do that. Like I view all these guys as they can be if Calvin catches it as possession wide receivers. I think this will be not a dink and dunk offense, but you will have every route of the route tree available to you with these guys. And it's a matter of who defines their role as far as how they catch the football. And what we do know from college, Cardell catches everything.
Live from the 104.5 The Zone Circus Sports Studio, Kentucky's largest sports book can now be found at Circus Sports at Kentucky Downs. Your thoughts on this on the phone at 615-737-1045. Plus, Pete Nakos, Savant 3, with some wild details on the kind of offers that are being handed out or asked for around high school recruiting in college football coming up after this. Hey, it's Will Bowling for my friends at Lee Company. Lee Company believes in total transparency. That's why they send before and after photos and videos of the work they do so you know exactly what's going on with your home's heating, air conditioning, plumbing, and electrical systems. Trusted since 1944, Lee Company's award-winning team is committed to finding innovative and custom solutions specific to you and to your home's needs. Contact Lee Company online at leecompany.com to learn more. Lee Company's got over 80 years of experience serving Middle Tennessee. They've been trusted since 1944, but they've always been committed to the same level of service and same level of transparency for you over that time. Go online, leecompany.com. Make sure your HVAC system is ready for whatever Mother Nature can throw at you in Middle Tennessee. Better yet, just give them your to-do list and let them check things off for you. Online at leecompany.com. That's Lee Company, all you need. Ramon Will on 104.5 The Zone, wrapping up hour number one. What's the hierarchy look like for Titans receivers in 2026? 615-737-1045. How do you defend them? I think it's an interesting topic. Let's go to Tim in Mount Juliet up first. Good morning, Tim.
Morning, Tim.
Hey, morning, guys. So I kind of agree with both of you where for different reasons. I think Carnell Tate is obviously a higher upside play, and I don't really believe at all in Calvin Ridley anymore until he shows me something. Last year when he played, he was just bad. So while he's healthy this year and he's going to have more opportunity to play well, I don't think that necessarily means he's going to. That being said, I also don't really think that Carnell Tate's going to come in and, be Jamar Chase just because he was a top 5 pick. So I don't know. I guess as long as Cam Ward looks better and the offense looks more seamless, I don't really care who's getting the ball. I just want us to score more than 16 points a game or whatever we've been doing the last 2 years. when you ask how to defend the Titans, unfortunately, I think it's probably going to be a lot of the same how teams have been defending the Titans for 3 years now. They're going to rush 4, they're going to get home, and they're going to drop 7, and everyone's going to be covered. So we're hoping that Carnell Tate's going to be able to take the top off a little bit more. But unfortunately, unless the offensive line is a lot better, they're probably not going to be able to.
For sure.
Appreciate the call, Tim. I agree with pretty much all that.
Yeah. O-line plays a huge part in it. Like, I am looking at what they did with the Giants last year and think that the run game, just based off structure, should be better.
The quarterback run game may be a bigger part of things with Brian Daboll in charge.
It should. And also, I do view this as like a 6-man, 7-man protection type of offense as well. As long as they can get open, to Tim's point, that's going to be the biggest point. Because I think there will be outlets for them to go to, which is where Wan'Dale Robinson cooked, though, too. Like, the volume was there as far as being able to get yards and use your weapons.
Mike in Cleveland up next. Good morning, Mike.
Morning, Mike.
Thanks, sir.
My people. Yeah. Thank y'all, man. Yeah, man, love the conversation. I do, because I've been wondering about it. And I kind of agree with Moan on this as far as I'm okay if they push for really to be one starting off in the season. Rotate in kind of slow. Maybe Tate can eat off of, them pushing Ridley and Wan'Dale being the one or the two, just kind of see who actually is producing. I mean, hopefully Ridley is gonna come out on fire and catch come out better and catch the ball. Hopefully, but that's still a messed up question that we got to have for a wide receiver. But I think the real question I got, man, is really Ward. I mean, is he gonna come out trying to sling it, and trying to show his arm strength like we saw, or is he gonna make smarter plays, man, and take the middle of the field, take the easy check down, you dig? So that's kind of I think it's really it's really on Ward, man, on how he's gonna play and where his headset is, where his mindset is at. You feel me? So, that's all I got, man. Much
Appreciate it, Mike.
Yeah.
Be safe, man.
Thank you, Mike. Appreciate the call.
That's the part of the conversation we don't know yet. Cam in year 2, the expectations he should be better, will be better. I don't doubt that he's worked. But translating all of that work to any field is something to be seen.
And can your new wide receivers get open quickly enough to make up for maybe some deficiencies up front on your offensive line?
Yeah, they're going to have to.
There's 2 ways to not get sacked as much.
Yep.
Block better or get open more quickly.
Get open quickly.
And they are betting on getting open more quickly, allowing them to block better.
Yeah. There's so much unknown about it, though. That's the only thing. Like, only thing we have to look at right now is what Brian Daboll did with Jackson Dart. We're looking at a 1-to-1 almost comparison, not necessarily the talent that each one of them have, but just the competitiveness. I think both of those young quarterbacks mirrored each other and how they are gunslingers and tough guys as well. Yes, Calvin has to catch the ball. I don't know. I have to go back and look at his drops per season that he's had, because barring health, his production has been good. That's where I look at this offense has been a little bit more dangerous because of those types of things right there. I'm foolish. Call me an online bettor that's put crazy odds. I'm betting on Calvin this year.
I don't think you're foolish. I don't totally agree. Because I think even if Calvin Ridley had been healthy for all 17 games last year, I don't think he's touching his production from the year before.
Well, the offense in general wouldn't allow that. The offensive line didn't allow that.
His hands wouldn't allow it.
I mean, even still, the ball could barely even get out. It was other players that dropped balls and just didn't have production come their way in general. The offense last year was horrendous.
I think Calvin Ridley left a lot of yards on the field last year.
For sure, and I get that. But
and maybe he would have snapped out of it and gotten in a rhythm and more time on task would have helped. I think the challenge is, and to Tim, the first caller's point, the challenge is still going to be the same. When you get zero blitzed and you heat up Cam Ward, do you have the wide receiver room now that can take advantage of over-aggressive coverage? Meaning, can you get behind a defense that just goes cover zero and blitzes the crap out of you? I don't know the answer to that yet. To me, it's more that question, to Tim's point, than it is rushing 4 and dropping 7. I thought that Cam got better at solving those puzzles by the end of the season because he started to use his legs more. And I think that's probably what Brian Daboll's teaching to him will be. Use your athleticism and mobility in the pocket to create windows when you do have time and when teams send 4 and drop 7. To me, the issue is what happens when they send 8 and the offensive line doesn't hold up because Cam Ward was not great in those moments last season. And to be fair to him as well, Titans receivers weren't creating enough immediate separation or winning enough against tight man coverage in those cover zero blitz the house looks.
Those cover 0 points, though, means open. The middle of the field should be open.
Should be.
So you're saying who can beat somebody on the slant to take advantage of the middle of the field, or who can top their DB to get down the field, down the red line.
And does Cam give their guy a chance, his guy a chance on that red line?
Now, that part.
It's both of those questions for me. Can you get separation against tight man coverage, and can you deliver accurate passes under pressure against cover 0?
I'll be honest with you. That's what I'm worried about more.
Me too. No, we agree on that.
Okay,
that's for sure. That is my question on Cam Ward. Can you throw the ball downfield with somebody in your lap?
Yes, or have enough touch and timing and cohesion with one another to where you know this is where I toss it up and this is where he's going to be at.
Because the timing of those longer extended plays, I have no doubt on. Cam is good at improvising and cooking. Sometimes a little too good at it.
Absolutely.
But those quick 3-step, look up, Carnell's there, man coverage, give your guy a chance, and can those passes actually be caught this year?
The Russ Moon ball.
Too many of them hit the ground last year.
Yeah. For what it's worth, the Russ Moon ball, finding that connectivity with his wide receivers is most definitely, that's something we all need to see.
Yeah. 615-737-1045. The story that Pete Nakos wrote yesterday at On 3 about recruiting high schoolers for the class of 2027 fascinates me for a couple of different reasons that we'll dive into next.
This Mother's Day, for the mother in your life, don't just mail it in. As someone that treasures that day, man, don't just mail it in, good people. Get her something memorable, meaningful, timeless. Show her how much she's appreciated with a beautiful piece of jewelry from Genesis Diamonds. Genesis Diamonds has created the best Mother's Day collection ever. Imagine her face lighting up when she opens a dazzling diamond bracelet, a pair of sparkling diamond earrings, or a stunning colored gemstone pendant. Each one hand-selected and designed to last not just this year, but for decades of birthdays, anniversaries, or just simple, ordinary days to come. Genesis has the gifts that make a statement. Guys, you need to check this out. And this year, Genesis has added brand new creations from their exclusive designers, truly one-of-a-kind pieces she won't see anywhere else. In fact, for the ultimate way to show how much she means to you, step inside Genesis' brand new half-price vault, a special collection of exquisite jewelry all at an incredible 50% off. And yes, that means half price for you math people out there. So this Mother's Day, give her more than a casual gift. Give her a memory she'll wear close to her heart every single day. Genesis Diamonds are located in Green Hills and Cool Springs.
7:03. Good morning, live from the Circus Sports at Mid-Kentucky Downs studio. I'm Justin Hawkins. The Titans on Thursday signed 5 of their 8 2026 NFL draft picks and fifth-round picks. Fernando Carmona Jr., guard out of Arkansas, running back Nick Singleton out of Penn State, sixth-round pick center Pat Coogan out of Indiana, defensive tackle Jackie Marshall out of Baylor, and also seventh-round pick tight end Jaron Kanek out of Oklahoma. Just Carnell Tate, Keldrick Falk, and Anthony Hill Jr. remain unsigned. The Titans also signed 11 undrafted free agents, highlighted by Tennessee safety Jalen McMurray and John Carroll wide receiver Tyron Montgomery. Today, the Titans rookie minicamp will begin. Head coach Robert Saleh speaks to the media coming up at 10:45 this morning ahead of practice at 11:15. Select players will be available to the media post-practice. Tomorrow, day 2 of minicamp with coordinator speaking just after 10:30 in the morning ahead of practice at 11:15. Saturday night, Nashville Soccer Club returns to MLS play as they are looking for their 4th straight win in MLS play as they visit the Philadelphia Union. First kicks at 6:30 p.m. Central Time, and you can tune in right here, of course, on 104.5. The Zone coverage begins at 6 o'clock. For all your foundation repair and waterproofing needs, you got to go to USSTN.com. Breaking news at once on your home for the Titans and Vols. This is 104.5 The Zone.
Hour number 2 on the program here on 104.5 The Zone. Ramon and Will continues. 615-737-1045, our number. Streaming live on 104.5 The Zone TV. Facebook Live, YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch. Brent Hubbs of AllQuest coming up in 15 minutes. Charles Davis of NFL Network and CBS at 8:20. And Ron Slay in the mix at 9:20, as always, on a Friday morning. Pete Nakos has a very interesting story, Ramon, at on3.com about how teams are making decisions in the 2027 high school recruiting cycle. He says Texas A&M is the only Power 4 program with more than 2 5-star commits entering May. He says that's not a coincidence. It's a budget decision. The revenue-sharing era has reshaped how programs build rosters, he says, and the floor for a Power 4 program's roster budget in 2026 is $15 million. The ceiling is pushing $50 million. He says more money in the marketplace hasn't meant unlimited spending. It's meant harder choices. Only taking 1 or 2 5-star recruits, the equivalent of a first-round NFL draft pick, has become a reality even at blue blood programs. Already in the 2027 class, sources have told On3 of multiple players inking deals that will net at least $1 million in year 1 of their college careers. Simply put, teams are having to make choices on who their big targets are, but maybe they have less big targets than they used to in order to have the budget remaining to fill out the rest of their class and have the money to still get the amount of numbers that they need. One SEC program told On3 they've set aside $7 to $10 million for their 2027 class, but that is, quote, not in the top echelon. And here's my favorite. An SEC staffer says, we had a recruit call us recently asking for us to pay for a sauna to be built at his house, which was the closest one to his house, which was 30 minutes away. We got saunas being requested, Ramon, in high school recruiting.
I just can't even imagine.
17-year-olds want their saunas. What do you mean?
I want one too in my house. I'm trying to do a backyard renovation.
I'm kidding. For those who can't hit the sarcasm.
No, we not. No, we not. No, we are not. Will, this is a cart before the horse type of scenario that we're dealing with. Like, it is like get paid, young fellas get paid. I'm 100% with that. I absolutely love the idea they're getting millions of dollars, hundreds of thousands of dollars for some of these guys. I think it's necessary for the amount of money that's been exchanged between TV deals, conferences, bowl games, revenue, ticket sales, beer sales. Yes, I'm all for it because if they'd have done, and I say this continually, they'd have came and paid us in the early 2000s, they could have got us about $1,500 extra a month. Like, now that they've allowed all this to happen, I'm not mad at them asking for a sauna in your house. But I'm also a believer that you got to earn this. Like, yeah, the top draft picks in the NFL get $50+ million, but they also went through 4 years of work to get to this point. We're talking about a high school team in general. Let's just call it a 1A or a 3A school or a private 1A. Who did you play to justify that you was going to be this cold in college? Like, we're not even like the goal is always the league. It always is. I don't care what you do unless you just settle into being a rotational backup type of guy. What benefit is a sauna to you in your crib right now when all I had was iron rusted weights to lift with and still go get it? Like, and here's the other part that's confusing and messed up about it. What 17-year-old knows the damn benefits of a sauna? That's mom and daddy asking for that. I get it. Like, take your ass outside. Go to a tanning salon if
They're
you need.
They're trendy now.
I know they trendy, and that's the issue. I'm not.
No, I agree with you.
I sound like old man yelling at the sky, but I'm genuinely for them getting the bread. I love it, and I love the way they spread it all the way out as well. I'm of the mindset if these teams set hard budgets, we're only getting 2 5-stars, and the rest of y'all better figure it out how you get it. Like, that's real. Some of these guys are, respectfully, I say this, not as good as they think they are.
It's going to be interesting to see how teams make hard decisions about zigging while everyone else is zagging. And who tries to really just be kind of closer to what Indiana has been, right? Like, Indiana was not the top spender in college football last year, yet it put together a championship-level roster. They won a national championship, kind of doing a lot of the things that teams have left by the wayside. Being a bit more old school in some ways, being a bit more new school in others, having shorter practices that were more just hyper-focused on things in the time you're on the grass, but maybe being out on the grass less than you would have been years ago. That was a new school way of thinking with the old school mentality of, hey, Nick Marsh, I know you just came over here from Michigan State. We just won the national title. Don't wear gold cleats to practice. Like, Curt Cignetti talks a lot like Nick Saban does in a lot of the things that he says in front of and behind closed doors. But he also has a very new school approach to a lot of things. Sure. It's a very interesting mix of the old school and the new school. The thing to me, though, is that, like, there is still accountability. There is still an idea that the money is a great add-on to what the primary objective is to win football games. Not to earn,
right,
but to win. And those two things don't get out of whack at Indiana. It's hard to prioritize things that way now. Because on one hand, you are forced to build the best roster that your money could buy you, but at the same time not have transactional relationships with kids who only want the money and not the hard work that's got to go with it. So it's going to be interesting to see. Like, Georgia has been very open about this, and Kirby Smart has. And to be fair, Georgia can recruit to the G. And Georgia can recruit to the amount of guys they have on their walls that have played defensive back in the NFL. So, hey, buddy, we're offering you $500K. They're offering you $1 million. You want $500K and you want to be on this wall when you graduate, or do you want $1 million now and nobody knows who you are after you graduate? Like, there are certain programs that don't have to have the money.
That's true.
There are others that's how they've gotten a seat at the table again. Like, it is such an interesting world we're living in. And at what point does the pendulum swing back towards teams having the power again? To where teams can put their foot down the way Josh Heupel did with Nico Imaliava and say, you know what? Enough is enough. This is still our program, and nobody's bigger than the Power T or the G or the A or the whatever the heck it is.
And the other issue on top of it, though, is this. Like, we're watching directly, and it's not just Georgia's. I say this, but Georgia's having a problem with this money that's being spent out, and they're doing it their way. Tennessee's had guys that had legal issues because of these 700 horsepower vehicles, the vehicles that they're in, or you have guys that are living in houses that the coaches live in their neighborhood. And again, if Ryan Williams can go get it, go get it. I'm with that. But I bet you a lot of people looking at the Ryan Williams spent money and is looking kind of funny right now. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's that part of it. You looking at Brendan Swordsby. Like, some of these guys are creating demons for themselves that is not allowing them to maximize their times in college. Like, I know we've talked about the Texas Tech investor for a long time. Texas has one. Tennessee got one. Georgia got one. Clemson got one. Everybody got a guy. Peyton Manning's donated millions of dollars to the University of Tennessee. I'm sure Alabama's got a guy as well, or a company the same as Arkansas. The issue that these young fellas are going to have, the more and more I feel like this portal stuff, or no, this recruiting stuff continues to go in this direction, is I genuinely do think the pockets are going to get a little bit tighter with the investment side of it, either from a management, GM side of the team, or if you do have $1 billion, that's fine. But like, why am I spending $1 billion? Why am I giving you $8 million a year to get embarrassed again? Like the Texas Tech debacle, not their fault because Brendan Sorsby has an addiction, clearly. But there's a lot of this still going on at other places, and you're waging this on 17 to 21-year-olds?
I think that's basic human common sense. I think the people that are helping pay $6 to $8 million for one player aren't basic humans. Like, I think you are looking at this the way that most of the world would. The way Troy Aikman did when he very publicly talked about paying for a quarterback to play for UCLA, and then that quarterback transferred. He's like, you know what? I'm not giving money to you guys anymore because I didn't even get so much as a thank you note. And then the guy transferred.
Yeah.
At the same time, though, Josh Pate on his show has mentioned we are not that far away from a roster costing $100 million for the first time. Yeah.
Let that breathe. Are you serious?
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's gone up again this year. Remember last year it was 40 was kind of the magic number of
50's a number now.
50's the number this year.
So,
and it's just going to keep going up because, again, the greed of what
winning
of winning gives you and the proof of concept of someone like Indiana. I think the ripple effects of Curt Cignetti winning a national championship are going to be fascinating to watch. And no, he's not just doing it with money, but he is doing it at a non-traditional power that I don't think is at this seat without the money, right? Like two things can be true at once. NIL was not the biggest reason why Indiana won the national title.
No.
But do you really think that they are putting together that roster without NIL? And without the ability to bring over someone like Fernando Mendoza in the transfer portal from Cal, who was one of the best quarterbacks, not the best, but one of the best quarterbacks that was available last year, and all the guys that they brought in from James Madison, and like the new era helped Indiana. It wasn't the only reason why they won, but for so many programs now that can look at that and say, now hold on, wait a minute. Oh, that's all we have to do? Hire the right coach, spend a lot of money, bring his old team with him? Okay. Well, we can do that. We'll just go fire our guy right now. It's going to be really interesting to see just the way patience plays out. Because on one hand, it costs you a lot of money to hit the reset button now. On the other, if you hit that reset button and hire the right guy, you could be Curt Cignetti in Indiana in the minds of athletic directors and presidents and boosters who are making these kinds of plays.
They're trying to foolproof a national championship.
I think you are looking at this from the correct perspective that if I give a lot of money for a player and that player leaves, you just burned my money. Why should I give you more? I think the kinds of people, though, that are spending insane dollars for high school recruits aren't normal people. And I say that with all due respect.
I get it. So right now with a $50 million roster.
Yeah. Which is probably LSU. I would say is the team that's most likely.
Or Texas.
Texas Tech, Texas.
We got a 3-man race if that's the case. Now, we ain't even mentioned Ohio State or Georgia or Clemson.
And I don't think programs like that have to.
But that's my
spend
point.
that much.
But
right.
like we're spending this to absolutely guarantee a national championship.
Yeah, I mean that's the goal.
And there's no guarantee.
And there's one team that hits that goal every year.
I'm looking at cap space available in the NFL real quick. All the teams except Kansas City that have hardly any cap space are bad. Miami's got $1 million, $1.8 million in available cap space, which means they spent money.
A lot of them handed out bad contracts, too, that harder to get out of.
And then that's my point.
And that is the thing on college football is they're all one-year contracts.
But that's the college
essentially, when they all leave immediately.
You're paying all of this for hope. Oh, my God.
Let's go back to the phone real quick before we get to Brent Hubbs. We were talking a lot about the way the Titans receiver hierarchy will shake out this season. Johnny in White House wants to give his thoughts. What's up, Johnny?
Hey, what's up, guys? First of all, I love y'all. I love 3HL. Thank you guys. This is my favorite thing. I listen to talk radio constantly with you guys. Hey, real fast, to piggyback on what you just said about deals with the college, I've always said that, like, freshmen, there should be some type of cap. I don't think there's a reason you should be giving a freshman millions and millions of dollars. Now, if they stay at that school and become a sophomore, then they get a little bit more. It keeps going up. It teaches them continuity. It teaches them loyalty. But handing out bags and bags and bags of money is just not going to do nothing for you. But my question for you, and mainly this is for Ramon, do you think, hypothetically, there's a possibility this year that the Titans receiving core, we could have 4 receivers with maybe plus 700, plus 750 with 4 or 5 touchdowns apiece? Now that means Cam Ward's got to cook, but I mean, hey, we've got Ridley, we've got Tate Robinson, and maybe Chimere Dike. The possibility's there, and like you guys said, these DBs are going to have a tough time on who do I line up against. So I appreciate it, guys. It's always a great day. I love y'all. Hope y'all have a great Friday.
You too,
Keep doing the work, man. Go Titans. And as always, go Vols.
Hey,
love you,
Johnny. Love you, Johnny. Appreciate you calling in. That's how I kind of view this group. Now, Cam and the wide receivers getting on, yes, by committee. What you do hope, though, Johnny and Titans fans, is by the end of the year, you start to see volume of Carnell go up because you know Calvin's potentially not going to be here. A strong potential that he's not going to be here next year. That is what I want to see. By weeks 12 through 18, I want to see Carnell cook. That's my only caveat to the dispersion of the ball.
It just depends on Cam.
Because we're going to have that conversation soon.
We just did, and we'll have it again. But, I mean, all of it depends on Cam, 100%. If you have 4 receivers that have 750 yards.
Oh, that's cooking.
That's 3,000.
Yeah. Well,
so he's throwing for 4,000 if 4 guys have 3,000, probably. And we haven't even mentioned Gunnar Helm either at tight end.
We have not.
Brent Hubbs of VolQuest joins us for his weekly visit coming up next. trouble also what a high school recruit would be if they asked Ramon Foster for a sauna as they're being recruited.
You know what's going to happen? Hub's going to come on here and tell me, Ramon, you got to let go of the old ways of thinking.
Ramon Will.
I know.
On 104.5 The Zone as Hour 2 continues. VolQuest's Brent Hubbs joins us for his weekly visit. Brent, have you heard of any recruits asking for saunas as they talk with Tennessee football? We're kind of enamored with this On3 story that just dropped yesterday.
I've not heard specifically anybody ask for a sauna. I've heard of people asking for specific cars and people asking for an apartment in a certain location, or certainly amounts of cash or things like that. And I'm also not surprised that Ramon Foster has screamed, "Get off my lawn" this morning in regards to this story, nor the fact that you played his theme song by Travis Trent, Trouble, when you came back out of the break there. So it is a happy Friday for you guys. But, in this day and age, in all seriousness, I mean, I think high school players have to be mindful that that's going to be the first place that natural guardrails pop up and exist in this. And the reason I say that is because there's a real belief that being older is better, more experienced is being better, and also, you're not projecting and recruiting 2 years down the road, 3 years down the road like you used to. Now, football's going to be the last to get there because you still have to develop players, particularly in the line of scrimmage. And you got 105 players. You're not going to go get 105 transfers every year. But, the basketball world's getting really comfortable with a turnover of, 7 to 12 players. It doesn't seem to bother those coaches. And I've got a story coming up a little later today. I had a chance to visit with Danny White last night at the Big Orange Caravan in Kingsport, and he just talked about how coaches have to have a shift in mindset. And the shift is you don't worry about what your roster is going to look like 2 years from now or even next year. You worry about your roster for that very moment, for the upcoming season. You don't think about it, a couple years down the road. Now, you will with linemen, but in other positions, I think that's going to get real interesting if high school kids are like, hey, I got to have XXX and this, and I need this amount of money. And, at some point, does some people say, you know what, we can go get that in the portal and not have to worry about developing you or not having to worry about doubling your money after year one because you're threatening to leave and we've got a year invested in you to try to get you ready to play. It's going to be really wild to watch, I think, over the next few years. Do teams sign, full classes out of the high school ranks, or do they back down and sign a lot fewer players out of high school and do more portal work? We'll see.
Well, Brent, specifically right now, a great example is Juke Harris, and someone that Tennessee liked a lot in high school and now loves, obviously, still in the transfer portal as well. You guys had the report about Tennessee going to visit with him, and Danny White told people in Nashville, like, hey, there's a reason why Rick Barnes may be a little late as he works on building his team. What can you tell us about the latest developments there and a timeline for maybe a decision being made on Juke Harris?
Well, I don't think we know a timeline. Obviously, he is an early entry into the NBA draft and is evaluating his draft stock. And then we'll make a decision after that. Now, every mock draft you see has him somewhere in the second round. Financially, it would make a lot more sense to play another year of college basketball and help your stock there. Which is why most people don't think the NBA draft is a realistic option for him. Now, does he want to go through the pre-draft combine in Chicago and get full feedback from that so that he knows what he needs to work on this offseason? Sure. I think that could be a possibility. I don't think it drags out to May 27th, which is the final day you have to pull your name out of the draft hat if you want to. But I don't know that there's an immediate timeline for anything to happen. But I do think Tennessee has positioned themselves well with Juke Harris, and it feels like it's more, I guess, maybe more a matter of time and than anything. But now Louisville's trying to make a run here late. I think some other schools have tried to reach out late, but he's been in consistent conversation with Rick Barnes, and it's the previous relationship that has helped Tennessee because they did recruit him out of high school, and the family and Juke like Tennessee and Rick Barnes, and the way that they recruited him, coming out of the high school ranks. So I think Tennessee's done as well as they can do with him right now. In terms of when something might come down in terms of news, we'll have to see. I don't think we have a timeline right now on that deal.
No doubt. We're joined by Brett Hubbs of All Question on 3. Hubbs, I was yelling at the sky, listening to Will tell that Pete Naco story right there. Fascinating approach to young amateurs, man. And I'm for it, just so you know. It's just that we got to have a guideline, and right now there's 0. Speaking of those guidelines and recruits and transfers, what's an update we have on Chaz Coleman, man, who's a high-ranked player who's, kind of had some, I don't want to call them issues, but some misunderstandings, I guess, with the Vols team this spring.
Yeah, I mean, I think issues is probably a better way to say it, to be honest with you. And I don't think it's about, being homesick. It's certainly not about money. He's just dealing with some personal things that he is trying to get himself through. He's not been 100% physically. I think that's kind of bothered him a little bit. He got banged up late last year, and I think he's had, just some lingering effects of some of that stuff that's kind of messed with him a little bit. And I think he's just had some personal things that he's dealing through and going through. He's been around his teammates more. He's been in the building. He's been in really consistent conversations with Rodney Garner since Coach Garner got back in the office, on a full-time basis. And those two have started to really develop a relationship, which they didn't have at the start of spring or really in January, because when Chaz got here in late January, Rodney was on the shelf, with the medical procedure he had, which he had some complications with that put him missing the first half of spring practice. So they're starting to develop some rapport there, and Chaz has done some things with his teammates from a community service standpoint. So things are better than they were and seem to be moving the way you want them to move. But at some point, Ramon, he's got to completely rejoin his teammates and his football team, in the weight room and in conditioning and all those things. And that's the biggest and final step left to go for Chaz Coleman based on what Josh Heupel said at the Caravan stops this week.
Hubbs, when you look at just what the change from last offseason to this one, just how much has it settled the coaches as far as the spring portal being taken away? Because, again, Chaz Coleman would probably be a candidate, maybe. Mm-hmm. But not just the Vols, but other teams having to have dealt with this. Have you spoken to Heupel or other coaches about how they feel about the removal of that clause?
Well, they like it. I mean, Josh Heupel loves the fact that the spring portal has been closed. Now, he also likes it because he's not having to, scramble to find someone. I mean, Texas Tech would love a spring portal right now. And I'm not trying to be funny, and I'm not trying to be mean or take a jab. But, I mean, the reality is Sorsby he may be in the supplemental draft for the NFL and never play college football again. So they would love a spring portal right now to go try to find a quarterback if they could, just for protection, if you will. But if you don't have some extenuating circumstance, if you don't have, a quarterback who's gotten hurt or something crazy happened there, coaches love the fact that their roster is set, and it's been set since January. And now you can get back into a little bit, Ramon, of the old school way, if you will, of team building in the weight room and conditioning, because you're not going to have 6 new guys roll in May or 2 new guys or whatever. I mean, listen, it's a credit to Joey Aguilar, but I mean, imagine if you have someone who just comes in late May to be your starting quarterback. Or to be a starting running back or whatever, and they come in May, man, you've got to, that player has to come in and handle himself the right way with his teammates. He better not be asking for a sauna or a new car. Like, he's got to come in, put his head down, and go to work, which is what Joey Aguilar did last year, which is why it did work for Tennessee. But that person coming in late has to handle it the right way. I think coaches like the fact that they don't have to worry about that element of the chemistry of their locker room by bringing someone in, in late May, 1st of June, who's not been around, who's not put the work in, who's just going to be magically dropped in, as a starter. And some will say, well, wait a minute now, not everybody was a midterm enrollee 10 years ago, which is correct. But how many people came in June as a high school freshman and they said, hey, you're the starter right out of the gate? It happened some, but it wasn't the most consistent thing that happened. It was a very rarity when that happened. And if it did happen, everybody went, yeah, he should be starting, right? Like Jamal Lewis in 97. They're like, why is he not starting? We know he's the best one. But those are unicorns. That's not something that happens on the regular with high school players coming in.
Hubs, just on the side of Brendan Sorsby, the Vols were in on as well. How thorough are the compliance office and rules when it comes to players having these types of issues as far as gambling? Do they harp on it because it's very much a part of their game? I'm sure some might even have apps like to play poker from time to time. Gambling's a part of all sports. I've seen it at the professional leagues and everybody's got a little small wager. But how thorough are they for the college athletes that are introduced to all this new money?
Well, I mean, the interest, it's been a seminar. They bring people in, coaches bring people in the off season, and, administrators, compliance, everybody gets up and talks about it and, harps on it, and that kind of thing. What's going to be interesting is, and I don't think, we'll see what they rule on Sorsby. Does he go to court? And fight? Hey, I'm an adult. It's legal for me to do it. I didn't place a wager on my team. I didn't place a wager on me. So you can't say I threw anything. I mean, I'm wagering on different sports, and it's my right to do so. I don't know how all that will play out. But to answer your question, Ramon, it is an annual discussion. It is a reminder discussion. Compliance sends out notifications to student athletes and, quite frankly, to university employees, every March about tournament brackets for March Madness, and those types of things. So it is reminded, and it is continually discussed. It's another one of those deals of what would hold up from a legal standpoint if you were not gambling in your sport, or you weren't gambling with your team, betting on your team or betting on yourself in any way, shape, or form. Now, from all the accounts I've seen, Brendan Sorsby's got a real issue that he's got to go get fixed in his life because of the amount of wagers that he apparently has made. But it is something that is harped on and discussed at all schools around the country.
Brent Hubbs of Allquest, our guest this morning for his weekly visit here on Ramon and Will. Brent, we always hear the stories, maybe after the fact sometimes in quarterback battles, about locking guys out of the film room and the competition to throw with certain guys when you're not practicing, and who's catching passes from who in a situation like this when there's not more full workouts. So what does that quarterback competition look like right now, kind of day to day and week to week before really summer practices start back up? How are Faison Brandon and George McIntyre kind of managing that workload that's not maybe an official practice capacity workload at this point?
Well, they're throwing with teammates, but guys are also catching balls off jug machines and those types of things as they finish up the semester here and finish up with Derek Owens, the strength coach. They'll come back after a small break in May, and then it'll really intensify there and go from there. Now, what's unique is, the old Peyton Manning, I've locked guys out of the film room, which is something he was known for that freshman year. It's not like that anymore because the coaches are so involved with the players day to day in the summer months. That they're going to be on the grass with them. They're going to be doing installs with them. They're going to be watching them throw. Those things turn into full speed walkthroughs, routes versus air, and things like that. So there'll be more supervision to it, if you will. The other thing too is nobody's got to go to the complex to watch film anymore. So we're not watching VHS tapes. Joe Harrington's not having them do cut-ups for us and hand us a DVD or a VHS tape. Now you just pull it up on your phone. You pull it up on. It's fascinating to watch, Ramon, after players get out of the car wash, which is maybe why somebody's asking for a sauna coming out of high school. I don't know, but after Tennessee gets out of their car wash thing where they cold tub it and everything else right off the practice field, a lot of those guys will go get food, and either carrying a to-go box to go back to their apartment or to go to class or whatever, and they'll be watching practice on their phone as they walk through the complex. And this is 30, 40 minutes after practice is over. I mean, Arion Carter and Edwin Spillman are two guys who are notorious for nearly running over somebody coming through the building, not because they're rude. They've just got their head buried in their phone because they're watching cut-ups.
Yeah.
And that's how quick you can watch it on your phone now. It's a little different world, Ramon, than what you went through and certainly what I started covering many years ago.
You know how I knew I was the only one watching tape? Because Joe ended up putting at the end of a reel one time, if you make it to the end of this, come to the film room and collect $20. I was the only one.
Wow.
We went 5 and 7 that year.
Ramon, I had no idea you consulted for the movie Draft Day. Congratulations.
Hubs. That frustrated me so much. It ticked me off so bad that senior year. I was like, nobody else has come up here to collect. It was like, nope, you're the only one. I was just oh my God.
When you got to switch sides, you're playing tackle on, I imagine, too. That incentivizes you more to go watch film on it.
It does. 100%. Also, Hubs, I must say, man, on the Brendan Sorsby side of it, it wasn't us this time. It was not us this time. We almost had him, from what I hear, and boy, I'm so glad it wasn't us this time.
Yeah, I mean, it's an unfortunate deal. It really is, and obviously the young man's got some issues that he's got to get taken care of. But I mean, in this day and age, though, we sit here and I went on a tirade or a rant or whatever you want to talk about it on the start of the show about how many high school players are you going to take and this, that, and the other. There's also the risk in the portal, right? You're speed dating. You're getting to know somebody over a 72-hour window, maybe, or a handful of phone calls here and there. I mean, there's risk in all of it, and there's no guarantees. And so that's a extreme example of the risk, but there's always a risk in bringing someone in about exactly where they are. I mean, Kim Caldwell has spoke about that at the caravan stops about what they did. They basically formed a list of 20 questions that they didn't ask the prospect. They just asked those same questions to as many people as they could get a hold of that were around that prospect, from AAU coach to high school coach to college coach that would talk to them, anybody they could find to try to get an idea of whether they would be a right fit or not, even before they call the prospect. Because the prospect's going to a job interview. They're going to put on a good front, right? So you're trying to get all the background that you can. It's harder to do in the portal in a short window of time, and there's always risk in that as well.
I loved the answer she had real quick, Brent, on 3HL this week when she said, we got really tired of scrambled eggs because it would be like breakfast to end a visit and then right into a breakfast to begin a visit. Like, I don't know how they had enough hours in a day to fill out the roster the way that they have.
No, but I mean, I'll give both Kim Caldwell, Rick Barnes credit and their programs credit. They had a plan because they knew they were going to have to be so busy in the portal. They had a real plan as to how they wanted to attack it, and I think the plan probably went a little better than they played true to form, a little more than even they thought that it would. I'll say this about Kim Caldwell: she's got to go win games. Okay, that's going to be the ultimate judgment. Everybody knows that. I have been impressed with kind of her transparency and her self-reflectiveness, if you will, on kind of the last 3 months of her life and sort of what it's been like to be the basketball coach at Tennessee, a little bit about what she's learned about herself and about some of the things that she would like to do over and gets a do-over with, whether that's roster building or whether that's season management or whatever. She has been much more transparent about it all this week on the Caravan than I ever imagined that she would be. Now, again, that doesn't mean anything if you don't go win games, but she clearly seems more comfortable with where she is with herself as the coach of this program than I anticipated her being coming off the conclusion of the year the way it went for the Lady Vols.
No doubt.
Brent Hubbs of VolQuest, our guest, Fridays at 7:20 here on the show. Brent_Hubbs on Twitter, VolQuest.com, the place to go for the latest on Tennessee athletics. Thank you as always, Brent. We'll talk to you next
Hubbs,
week.
Real quick. Wife got some cabbages in the back, man. You be proud of how they're growing, okay? Just need you to know that. We're doing the raised garden beds, and I'm helping out, just so you know. I'm not just watching and eating. I'm helping out, okay?
What are you helping out with?
Buying stuff, Hubs. Just buying stuff.
Okay. All right. I started saying, tell your wife I need video proof of you putting your hands in the dirt and planting something and watching it and helping it grow. Okay?
I got you as much as I possibly can. Oh, and one last thing before you go. You ready?
Here we go.
Who's the starting quarterback for the Vols?
Hey, I'll have a better answer for that next week.
Okay, perfect.
I'll have the same answer to that next week.
Thank you, Brent. Appreciate you.
Appreciate it.
All right, see you guys.
All right. Brent Hubs with us this morning. Center Federal Credit Union, your financial partner for every stage of life, brings him to you. All right, coming up. An SEC head coach dropped a very interesting statement on a show this week that I think perfectly describes the current era we're in college football. You'll hear it coming up next.
This is a different court, Blair.
Same result, Slay.
Oh, okay, Blair. See, that's Tyler Tanner. See, Tyler Tanner's in the house now.
Let's see what you got. Jerry's out, Blair.
Blair, come on. Okay, Blair, just come sit down. Come on, Blair, stop. You're going to get hurt. Blair, get off the court. That's enough.
What's the verdict, Blair? The courtroom is where I play ball.
Boy, Durham, injury law. And that ain't got no roof.
Ramon Will on 104.5 The Zone. Wrapping up hour number 2. 615-737-1045 the number. So Kirby Smart's, Ramon, dropped a truth bomb on the Next Round Live this week, and I don't think he told a single lie.
No.
On with these guys around the time that a lot of SEC coaches do that golf tournament, the Regions Golf Tournament. They all speak. They all show off how awful their golf swings are, which, to be fair, I feel like if you're a football coach, you should have like a mid golf swing. You shouldn't be bad because you have a lot of money and a lot of resources to go to great swing coaches and fix it. But if you are too good of a golfer, then you're not following the ABCs. You know, the ABCs are always be recruiting.
Always be recruiting.
Means you're not doing enough recruiting, not enough work. You're not grinding tape hard enough, right? I'm halfway kidding, but I'm really not. So Kirby Smart did all that stuff and then went on the Next Round Live and talked about how his old Alabama teams that he was defensive coordinator on would crush the best teams in college football today. Take a listen to this.
From when you were in Tuscaloosa and then early at Georgia to now, how much has the depth changed on your roster?
Man.
The 1 to 2, 2 to 3s.
I tell people all the time, I was like, our best Alabama teams, I'm going to go 2012, 13, 14, 15, would beat the dog out of all these teams right now because they could practice different and they were deeper. Okay? The game has not changed that much from 2012 to 2025, but the roster has, and those teams would clubber lane somebody. They would just physically beat you. And I look at our team now and I go, oh, man, oh, God, we don't have the depth we had. We're not as good as we were. We're not going to be – and then we go out there and win the SEC. And I'm like, it's just relative. Yeah. It's relative. It's like everybody's going – I'm not saying going down because there's an Indiana, there's a Michigan. But relative, it's going down. Like there's not as much talent acquisition and much as talent on a team to be able to just develop it and grow. I'm playing younger players. I got kids that would have never played at Georgia when I got there or at Alabama I was there that are having to play now.
Right.
Wow. Kirby Smart on the Next Round Live, Ramon.
Wow.
You agree with that?
Heck yeah, I do. Heck yeah, I do. This so for as much as I complain about the money side of it, I will say this, and I had this thought when I was listening to this clip being played yesterday, was the separator in this group, and Kirby acknowledged it somewhat by mentioning Indiana and Michigan, is this puts the real coaches to test. You're working with less. How do you maximize this? I remember playing against those Alabama teams and those Georgias. Like, for the life of me, I didn't know who Geno Atkins was in that era because they had a rotational of dudes that just continually just move in and out. All of those Florida edge rushers, Carlos Dunlap and those guys of the likes, like they had them year after year after year. And that's a different world to play in. That made you stronger. That's how Urban Meyer did what he did. Nick Saban, like, that was really the era of the Jimmy and Joes. Like, that to me, like, yeah, the X's and O's matter, but the Jimmys and Joes win. Like, the era that Kirby's speaking about is exactly what it is. And right now, to me, which is why I think it's foolish to be spending all of this money, is if you are a bum coach, if you are a terrible coach, I heard Lucas speaking about it the other day. It's like, how many coaches have ended players' careers? There are some terrible coaches, and some coaches have been able to hide behind the veil of having the ability to recruit because you got the A or the G or the T or the Texas on your helmet for so long that you've kind of become mid.
Or because they're the only ones that were doing NIL in an era where NIL wasn't allowed.
Oh, for real.
Some programs had that advantage.
If you were slick enough to do it, like, and we've seen programs get suspended because of it, but like, we're in the era now of can you actually coach? And I love it. But here's the other part about what Kirby's saying, though, too. There's some give and some take. I think it was Brent that asked Ron about this yesterday. Like, what do you take from this? Like, the winner. Who's the winner? Is it the players? Is it the coaches? The winners, to be quite honest with you, is the fans.
Oh, I don't know.
I will say this. You get an opportunity now based upon what we report, how you look at your team, and saying this. We now at least got a shot to win.
If you're a power two.
Yeah,
there are certain fans that this is better for.
Yeah, and
there are certain fans where this alignment is way worse.
No doubt. Like, look at the year that Carolina had last year, South Carolina, and now what are they thinking? Like, now they gone out of spent. They got a 5-star guard out of the recruiting class. That at least to me keeps the fans more engaged.
For some
coaches
teams
are losing. The coaches are losing big time.
I think for coaches' sanity, they're the biggest losers. And for their personal lives and for their just overall mental well-being and having guys knock on their door a lot. Like, hey, coach, I had a good practice yesterday. You think you can bump me up another $25,000? I mean, I think the coaches are absolutely the biggest losers, and I think the fans are right there with them. Like, think about how much money it costs you to be a college football fan today. Let's say you are a Miami fan.
Don't do this.
And you wanted to go to every single game in their postseason to see them win a national championship. You're going to College Station. You're going to 2 essentially bowl games, and then you've got to fork out money to go to the national championship. There's also less teams doing spring games than they're used to. That used to be a way to for free. Hey, you want to take the kids? You want to pile up and go watch spring game for free? Go look around campus, see where mom and dad went to school. See the guys that we kind of invested time. We've been reading message boards about Faison Brandon. Now he's finally here. Let's go watch him. Obviously Tennessee still had it, and there are teams that are still doing this in the same way. It's not the same that it used to be, though, in terms of getting there. Some of them don't even have spring games. Others are charging money for it now. Less accessibility for the common fan, for just the average person that probably can't afford the playoff tickets, the national title tickets. But, maybe if you could fork out enough just for that one big bowl game, that's the family vacation. Well, heck, now if you're a playoff team, you got to fork it out for 3 bowl games. I mean, fans now, too, like, we and our needs care less or matter less than anyone else's. It is the people with mahogany desks. Those are the people's needs that matter most. The presidents, the university administrators that don't care about sports, but see a bottom line in a television deal, and that's what matters to them. I mean, the different subscriptions that we've got to get to watch games. Like, the fan means less than it ever has in the college football world. The winner is the player to me, because we are in a player empowerment era where if you don't get what you want, you just sue for it. And you get paid.
Mine was the beginning of saying, yeah, we got a shot. Like, after that, the money start getting involved, totally different story. I'm going to hit up somebody here soon. He's a friend of ours, Bab's husband, Travis. He went to, I think, most of the postseason stuff that Indiana did. I just wonder, like, what did it feel like being able to pour out to go see it? Or maybe he got it for face value as well.
And I would say, too, if you're an Indiana fan, you got the return on your investment.
You did, yeah.
But, like, imagine being a Miami fan, going to all those games just to be in your home stadium and then
College Station,
be a little bit short.
Yeah, they went all the way. Like, you got to think, the running back's mom drove to College Station to watch
Fletcher's?
Miami. Yeah, Mark Fletcher's mom. And then they went somewhere else after that.
It's crazy, man. It is crazy. I cannot imagine you're talking hotels, you're talking tickets, you're talking flights, all these things.
I throw myself out there when UT went and played in the Orange Bowl in, 22, 23?
January 23, New Year's Eve 23.
Hotel tickets, flights, and no, I didn't get comp tickets on that one. But paying for, I think it was 5 of us that went down there, and my mother-in-law included, like, we're above easy 5 to 6. Okay.
Now triple that, and that's to go to 3 games. And then the prices are just going to get higher because those games matter more now.
Especially if you're getting a decent ticket.
Our family did that trip, and that was also the week that all the Southwest stuff crashed. So we had to drive to Atlanta to get a flight from Atlanta to Miami because the flight here just got canceled the day before.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, it was awful.
Did.
Do not recommend having to do all that stuff. But I recommend seeing your team beat Clemson in the Orange Bowl.
Easy 15 to 20,000 if you're in the college football playwooks, like watching it. Like, if you want to do it in a decent way.
It's insane.
If you stand on somebody's futon, cool. Never mind.
I do think, though, that Kirby Smart's 100% right. It's harder to stockpile talent in your program's image than it used to be. And Georgia used to have this factory of 5 stars just waiting for their turn. You just stash a guy over here for 2 years. All right, that guy's a redshirt sophomore now. He's going to have 12 sacks this year and be a first-round pick. He's only a 1-year starter. And then next year we got another one. And then next year we've got another one. And then the next year, there's this junior from Gainesville, Georgia that's already committed. Like, that's going to be another one. Now those guys get a little bit impatient because their uncle, who's their agent, gets a phone call from somebody at a different program saying that they heard from somebody at a different program that you could get double the money to go to Georgia Tech. Mm-hmm. And then all of a sudden, the blue blood, the rivalry doesn't matter anymore because now, wait a minute, I can get a check where now?
Where?
Okay.
I'm already gone.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
100%.
Or about week 6 or 7.
And emphasis on the uncle being the agent because that's happening way too much too. People that are not qualified to be agents are being agents. Yeah.
Or like by week 6 or 7, you didn't play as much as coach promised you? Hey, Unc, I'm ready to go.
I can't believe what Kim Caldwell said at 3HL the other day, that there are some times that players will tell you with a month left in the season that they're going to go in the portal when it opens. Kim Caldwell was amazing the other day in her interview. And honestly, I've already liked the moves that she's made. She put my mind a lot more at ease about the future of Lady Vol basketball with the way that she was very open and honest about what didn't work this past year. But go listen to that interview in the 3HL podcast feed, and all of their interviews are great as always.
But she
they're
did
A+ interviews.
She's transparent,
very transparent about some players will wait. But the question that Brent asked was great. Of do you know when people are going to transfer? She's like, oh, you know. Wow. As a coach, you know when players are going to transfer. Sometimes they'll let you know in January. And she said it usually doesn't go too well after that.
What? Talasia?
I don't know.
I'm going to just throw it out there. Her energy was body language, the way she was chilling on the sideline.
I wonder which coaches maybe on the schedule, too, could have had some conversations that.
There was reports of it.
A lot of
People
talk
reported on it.
A lot of talk about that, yeah. Coming up, Titans finalized a bunch of deals yesterday with draft picks and undrafteds. So we'll give you the details next.
It's Ramon Foster, and I'm with Aaron from United Structure Systems. Man, they came by today to check out my house. If there's any issues, small or big, you're gonna fill us in there.
We can take care of it no matter what kind of problems. So first off, we'll just kind of take a look through your house and see what kind of issues you got going. Cracks in the brick, cracks in the drywall, weird spots in the floor, doors sticking, windows not opening properly. Once we identify those areas, we're going to do a thorough inspection around the outside, make sure there's no issues going on with that. And then once we look over it, we'll talk about what's going on, and hopefully we ain't got no issues, and then we'll go from there.
Let's go. Let's go.
Mr. Foster, so we have looked at the issues that you brought up. We had the drywall in the attic up here above your bonus or your garage. You had some doors sticking.
I did.
Going in your bathroom. So we've inspected all that. We don't see any major structural concerns. So you're going to be one of our lucky good news customers today. There is some minor deflection there. That's not an uncommon thing. As any house is built, it's its biggest and its strongest the day that it's born. Right? And from that point, it just gets older, just like us. We ain't hopping up out of bed, taking off down the hallway, running upstairs anymore.
Not protecting quarterbacks anymore.
No.
Opening up late. We're done.
Your guard ain't there no more.
Okay,
so.
I got you.
So it just happens. It gets a little older and it starts to deflect. Now, there are some things we can do to kind of help adjust those doors, mainly adjusting in the door, which we don't necessarily do, and maybe doing some light shimming in the crawl space down there to address those sticking doors. But for now, no major issues there. We did talk about the grading in the back and some issues that we can take care of back there for you. But that's pretty much up in a nutshell. No big issues and you're good to go. So.
Awesome. So again, what you deal with United Structural Systems is it's upfront, it's honest, and now I can sleep peacefully at night, okay?
.803, good morning, live from the Circus Sports, the Mid-Kentucky Downs studio. I'm Justin Hawkins. The Titans on Thursday signed 5 of their 8 draft picks. 5th-round picks guard Fernando Carmona Jr. out of Arkansas and running back Nick Singleton out of Penn State. 6th-round pick center Pat Coogan out of Indiana, defensive tackle Jackie Marshall out of Baylor, and 7th-round draft pick tight end Jaron Kanek out of Oklahoma. Just Carnell Tate, Keldrick Falk, and Anthony Hill Jr. remained unsigned. The Titans also signed 11 undrafted free agents yesterday, highlighted by Tennessee safety Jalen McMurray and John Carroll wide receiver Tyron Montgomery. Today, the Titans rookie minicamp will begin. Head coach Robert Saleh kicks things off, speaking to the media at 10:45 this morning ahead of practice, which starts at 11:15. Tomorrow, day 2 of minicamp, with coordinators who will speak to the media at 10:30 ahead of practice at 11:15. And tomorrow night, Nashville Soccer Club, they're looking for their 4th straight win in MLS play as they visit the Philadelphia Union with first kick at 6:30 p.m. Central Time at Subaru Park. Tune in right here, of course, on 104.5 The Zone. Coverage begins at 6 o'clock. For all your foundation repair and waterproofing needs, you got to go to USSTN.com. Breaking news at once on your home for the Titans and Vols. This is 104.5 The Zone.
Away we go into hour number 3 on this Friday edition of Ramon and Will. Wherever you download podcasts at 10 a.m. and wherever you stream us on Facebook Live, YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch, we hope you are subscribed there or following us as well. At Ramon and Will on Twitter. He's Ramon Foster. I'm Will Bowling, Justin Hawkins, Zach Kroll. 615-737-1045. Charles Davis going to join us in 15 minutes.
Indeed, yes, sir.
Talking through the Titans draft with 5 signings made yesterday. Fernando Carmona, Nick Singleton, Jackie Marshall, Pat Coogan, Jaron Kanek. In addition to 11 undrafted free agents to the team's roster. Ramon, for today and tomorrow, for rookie minicamp, for 11 undrafteds and the 8 draft picks as well, how important is the first impression over the next 48 hours for guys trying to make this football team?
Very important. The coaches know who they are. They just need them to prove to them what they scouted and recruited them on. It's the way it is for the undrafted guys. The draft picks get a little bit more ease to their pathway through, but it's also still a show and prove. If you're not the top 4 guys, the way I look at usually each draft class, and you're capable of being cut, the way I look at it. The undrafted dudes, man, is playing football. It's doing the simple things as perfect as you possibly can and being taught only once and allowed one screw up. Like, that's essentially what this is. Like, you get one. After that, we got to move on because it is there will be cuts made this weekend. Some guys will leave Nashville, Tennessee, or go home from Nashville, Tennessee, and never touch a football ever again. And that's the reality of it as well. But, like, doing the simple things right is what this weekend is going to be for those guys. You catch the ball, catch it. You better not have butterfingers on a weekend like this. No false starts. It's the simple stuff on this one because they don't know much. They just want to see how quickly you can take on the basics to be productive in a practice. Because to your point, you said this earlier in the 6 o'clock hour, like, there's a lot of practice that goes on, and you need to be able to specialize in having a productive one, not just for you, but for the team.
Sure. I think you look at the names to know here. I know Drew Beatty at Iron City Film did a way too early post-draft Titans 53-man roster projection.
We're there?
The other day. Oh, we're always there. You kidding me?
Let's go.
You look hard enough, you can always find it.
Let's go.
On his initial projection for a 53-man roster, he has, just at first glance here, from what I can see, 3 undrafted players in this class making the roster.
Yeah.
Bishop Fitzgerald, the safety out of USC, who would join Tony Adams, Kevin Winston, and Amani Hooker. Latrell McCutcheon Sr., the nickel corner out of Houston. And Shad Banks, the UTSA Roadrunner inside linebacker. I think there is opportunity for all those guys. And I think specifically you look at wide receiver, maybe the biggest names of this class in terms of guys that I was familiar with coming in are receivers.
Okay.
Tyron Montgomery is someone we talked about Senior Bowl week from John Carroll. Drew Beatty, I remember just from Music City Bowl stuff in Tennessee, Illinois. And that's a little bit of my Vol fandom showing on how I remember that name. But those 2 guys are in a really crowded room. And you still have Mason Kinsey. You still have Xavier Restrepo. KJ Osborne has played some ball and is a couple of years removed from a really productive season up in Minnesota. So while maybe some of the biggest names. Emil Wagner, another one, as the right tackle from Notre Dame. You've got some real talent on the offensive side. Ramon, to me, it looks like there's more opportunity, though, on defense in terms of back of roster battles. Inside linebacker, nickel, where it's just Marcus Harris and who? Right now, not much. And at safety, Bishop Fitzgerald behind those three that we feel very confident will make the team, and Amani Hooker, Kevin Winston, and Tony Adams.
I'm kind of shocked they didn't have Tyron Montgomery as one of his three guys, just on the basis of pure athleticism for the undrafted on the 53 roster that you mentioned.
Well, but ahead of who? And the wide receiver.
I know.
That's just a harder battle.
Yeah.
Carnell Tate, Chimray DK, Wandale Robinson, Calvin Ridley, Alec Iomanner, and Bryce Oliver are the 6 receivers who would make it on this projection.
Okay, that's a solid group right there. I just wonder of those guys who can be a project. You don't necessarily need a project guy. Those guys go to a practice squad for sure. But here's what I've noticed about all of this: like guys that are crucial positions this year, like looking at Emil Wagner come in from Notre Dame as an undrafted guy, like Brandon Crenshaw-Dixon. Now is your time. Now is your time to go. Like that's the way I view those. The linebackers, of course, too. Like when we're looking at these guys, when it boils down to like small skill positions, I will pay attention to them, but it's more or less like, what are you doing on teams to help assist? Like the plays that you make in the preseason are going to be crucial to making sure that you can make down the field plays when it comes down to Bones Fossil's side of this as well. I feel like, to your point of naming this 53-man roster right now, they have a lot of positions filled, or let's say if you got 5 positions, 4 of the 5 is filled already. Sure. With this team. Defensive line, I feel like, is like that.
D-line, to your point, I was just actually looking at this. That D-line room, or just D-tackle room in general, is Jeffrey Simmons and 4 guys who have been added this offseason.
Yeah.
For this specific defense. And I think all of them will play.
It's filled.
Jeffrey Simmons, John Franklin Myers, Solomon Thomas, Jordan Elliott, and Jackie Marshall.
Right. It's filled.
Your big nose tackle at Elliott, your more shifty pass rush focused one in Marshall. The edges in this group would be Jermaine Johnson, Keldrick Falk, Femi Oladejo, Jacob Martin, Jalen Harrell, Malik Herring. Yeah. All of a sudden, that front 7 has some real experience to it.
I feel like the one group, you mentioned linebackers having been volatile. I view the offensive line. It's got a good bit of volatility in it. Just looking at the guys that they have from last year, it's like I said, I look at Brandon Crenshaw-Dixon, and I'm saying to him, like, hey, you got to take this step. You got guys coming in that's right behind you that's trying to take your spot. Like, and the cheaper they can get, the younger they can get. Like Emil Wagner has played before in this league. You're looking at Rasheed Miller out of Louisville as well. Got size, got the body that you want as well. I think, again, because there's so many more positions, that is where you can find yourself having a little bit of a shakeup. Because you got a starter that you got to fill, maybe 2 with Sloatman. And, of course, the depth that this group wants. I'm fascinated to see what their body types is going to look like.
On this list, Austin Deculus doesn't make the team. And Brandon Crenshaw-Dixon is the swing tackle.
I didn't think a lot of that. Anyway.
Deculus specifically?
I didn't.
Ranked as PFF's worst tackle in the NFL last year.
That means nothing with the new team.
Yeah.
But he's yet to refine a role. And when you also look at Carmona coming in as well as play some tackle, and you also already have had a swing, and you also bring in Emil Wagner this year as well. Like, there's a lot of floating bodies, and some veterans are going to end up getting the knife because of it as well.
Shad Banks is someone that Tony Keeley brought up in our YouTube chat before the draft, actually, as a day 3 option. Linebacker from UTSA who is first-team All-American Conference.
Yeah.
American Conference performer at linebacker. 94 total tackles, 3 interceptions, and 3 fumble recoveries. In addition to 7.5 TFLs, 2 sacks, 2 pass breakups, a pair of hurries, and a forced fumble, starting all 13 games for the Roadrunners at inside linebacker. I just want any chance I can to say Roadrunners because I like that nickname. Meep, meep.
Listen, if Stoney could ever find a guy, he will. That's what I've learned, too. If he's high on
no question.
Stoney, that is your day 1, and I'm looking to see how this guy fares in training camp.
No question about it.
Stoney would find a gem somewhere from UTSA.
Oh, there's no doubt.
But he's productive.
So we love him.
It's easy to do that when he's productive.
Latrell McCutcheon Sr., meanwhile, had a 4th to 5th round grade from Dane Brugler as a corner. 23-year-old from Austin, Texas, was a fifth-year senior, had stops at Oklahoma and USC before ending up at Houston. 6'1", 191, 4.43 in the 40 for McCutcheon Sr., a very interesting prospect. 0 career interceptions for Latrell McCutcheon Sr. That's a reason to fall out of the draft.
That's true.
13 touchdowns allowed in his career.
Dang.
But when you look at also the mentality he brings to the run game, Dan Brugler says looks to lay licks in the run game and played with emotional and physical resiliency. And here's a way to make a team. Blocked field goal and extra point attempt. Regular on punt coverages the past 2 seasons as well for Houston.
Could he end up being your physical nickel?
Is that Josh Kalu, regen?
Listen.
Josh Kalu blocked a pretty big kick to beat the Chiefs.
Come on, man.
Blocked another one to beat the Colts in Indy, back when the Titans would always win in Indy, which I'd like to get back to, please. Thanks. And, he stuck around. He was a fifth corner on the roster.
I'm just saying, like,
that's what you got to be. Block some kicks for me.
Guys can go to find out different roles. Like, if I'm Latrell McCutcheon, like, I'm a little confused and ticked off about how you didn't go drafted, how you went undrafted.
4th to 5th round grade from Dan Brugler, the number 19 corner in the whole draft.
I wouldn't be shocked if he made headways because he's played a lot. He's played at a big level and he's had production. Now, down the field clearly is not his thing, coverage. If he finds a more defined role of being a run-stopper teamer, those are the types of guys right there that you mentioned have 4th and 5th round grades, according to Brugler, of course. Mm-hmm. That you see make teams and you're like, man, how did we pass up on you?
Titans love long, fast corners. Latrell McCutcheon is a long, fast corner. 31 1/4 arms, 6'1", 191, 4.43 in the 40. He is athletic. Can you teach the ball skills?
Yeah.
Would be the question. It's always interesting, though. I mean, there are guys like, I always use this example, but it is true that Nashville native Dawson Knox, and my old high school classmate, caught his first ever touchdown of his life in the NFL.
That's what I'm saying.
Some guys get the right coaching and can take that next step.
I never minimize that side of it as well. But here's the other thing. That's what the NFL is supposed to be about, though, too, those types of opportunities. Systems in college will mess you over. They just will, and I'm not going to excuse make anything. Like, you got it or you got it. And sometimes you got to get to a different environment to prove it. I joked about it, like, my last year at UT and everything, but, like, that was a season for failure. There's no other way around it. And I think a lot of people that played numerous years in the league proved that wrong. Arian Foster, Robert Ayers, myself, numerous amounts of dudes. Luke Stocker was a part of that team as well.
Titans legend. Titans
coach.
That's right.
Shout out to Luke.
Coming up next, Charles Davis joins us. NFL Network analyst covering the NFL Draft, CBS Sports college football analyst for the upcoming season in fall of 2026. How do the Titans get better over the NFL Draft and over the weekend? Charles Davis answers that for us coming up next. Ramon Will continues on this beautiful Friday morning in the Music City. Rookie minicamp getting started today. And what better person to talk about these rookies and the draft class than NFL Network draft analyst Charles Davis, Vol for Life Charles Davis, who joins us this morning. Charles, congrats on making it through another NFL draft. How are you?
I'm doing well, thanks. And probably congrats to everyone out there because the draft is probably the most community event we have in the NFL now. And what I mean by that is obviously the Super Bowl numbers are just off the charts. But I'm talking about people who feel like they're participating. And I hope what I'm saying comes off the right way. This isn't me looking at it from the quote-unquote inside and sneering at the outside. Oh, you want to be a part of this, huh? You think you know something, huh? That's not it at all. This is I've watched this thing evolve from truly where we could, if we were on the inside, have that kind of attitude. Oh, yeah. Oh, you think you know about this draft? What, you watch a couple TV games? You think you know it, huh? Well, guess what? We get the inside film. We watch all 22. We watch this, and this. Well, guess what? All 22 is available everywhere. And so now when people slide up to you guys and say, hey, I really like player X, Y, and Z, and here's why. I watched 6 of his games. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Now, whether what they're seeing and how they're perceiving it is how you see it or perceive it, or even if they're in the ballpark, that sort of a deal, that's to be determined. But what I've always told my, all of us who are involved in the game, like, hey, folks, it's real easy to feel like you have more than they do, and the answer is probably yes. But to transmit that is stupid because the people who are watching, supporting, doing, and have an active interest in this are the most educated fans in the history of the NFL. The access to information, the amount that comes at them, the amount they can go decipher for themselves, it's never been better. There's no, I mean, it's you could at 4 o'clock in the morning when you wake up and can't sleep, if you so choose, you can find something on TV, you can tune into a radio station somewhere, you can go on the internet, and someone's talking ball.
Yep.
That's just how it is
That's
nowadays.
a great point.
So any of us who sit here and think that we have all the answers, we're crazy as heck. So that's why I say this is the most community-intensive event of the NFL, because everyone who watches a game thinks that they can evaluate talent. Thinks that they can say, well, that guy's better than that guy. I like him at left guard better than I like him at right tackle. I like him at safety as opposed to corner. And you know something? Not always wrong. So that's where we as people who quote unquote have a little bit more inside had better respect the people who support us and what we do. There you go. I'm off my soapbox.
No, I love it, Charles. And I love the game you all always play on day 3 of stumping the truck and going back and forth. And now when you bring up John Carroll film to talk about Tyron Montgomery, who's going to be at rookie minicamp for the Titans, there are more people sitting at home like, yeah, no, I'm familiar. Right?
Oh, yeah, they know.
they absolutely know.
Not only do they know that Tyron Montgomery played at John Carroll and they could tell you about his tape, they know his story.
Yeah.
People have access to that now. We illuminate that. They find out, they watch it, they see it, and it's a lot of fun for them. And a lot of times those people will tell you, I saw him when he was in such and such a place, when they're sitting there talking with their friends. I saw this and I thought, boy, I thought he could be. And, you're right back to that one again. Look, I'll just leave it with this, guys. I saw Cooper Kupp as a freshman. I think he'd ended his freshman year at Eastern Washington. He was at the Manning Passing Academy running routes. And I lost my mind. I mean, I was literally going person to person. Okay, who's that? Okay, who is that? Who is that?
Yeah.
And they were like, and finally someone's like, oh, that's Craig Kupp's kid. Now, Craig Kupp had played quarterback for the Arizona Cardinals for a while. And the grandfather Kupp had played offensive line and actually blocked for Mr. Archie Manning, hence the connection. So all of that filters through. You got bloodlines, you got this. This kid is running routes and cooking everything that's out there. Thank God he was running routes on air, or we would have had DBs going to the hospital that day. He would have been breaking ankles, the whole thing. I'm telling you, zero hyperbole, all right? And I'll cap it with this. When he got done running that first set of routes, they have a thing at the Manning Academy called air it out competition, where all the college quarterbacks throw, and they throw to a bunch of receivers, and then they have a competition where you have to hit these moving targets that are on golf carts, etc. And people come in from the local area and, contribute $10 to the cause and, watch and the whole deal. So you have 35, 40 college quarterbacks throwing, most of them from the bigger schools, but you still have all the way through, all the way down to heck. If we have a John Carroll kid, he might show up. But anyway, they all go and throw, right? But before you throw in the warm-up period, you have to have receivers running routes to warm up the quarterback. So we get the top kids from the camp, some of the local kids from Nicholls State come by, maybe some kids from Ole Miss, whatever. They come in and they run their routes and what have you. Before air it out. So after Cooper Kupp ran his first day as a freshman year at Eastern Washington, Peyton Manning was there, and he throws in it, just for kicks and giggles. This is back in the day, right? Peyton, Eli, all those guys, right? Peyton walks up to all the other camp people and says, "Hey, just so everyone knows, I get him."
Of course he did.
Wow.
Of course he did.
We're done here.
Wow.
Like somebody, I remember somebody went, but, and Peyton just kind of threw a hand up like, we're done with that conversation.
Wow. That's amazing.
So all I'm saying again, one more time, is sometimes you get these people who emerge, and a lot of people saw them before we ever saw them.
Mm-hmm.
I just want us all to keep remembering all of that as we watch it, as we go through. I've just observed too many times people of our so-called ilk not responding properly to people who care about this game and give us a chance to do what we do. And I just keep cautioning them that you can't just do that like we used to do it. People have access to information. Maybe they might be wrong, but they put the work in too.
Mm-hmm.
And that's all I'm saying.
No doubt.
Moving on.
It's well put. Very well put.
We need a golf clap behind that.
We'll stand on that soapbox with you, Charles. Absolutely. Looking at this class specifically and starting at the top, I know there were a lot of people surprised by the Carnell Tate pick at 4.
Yeah.
In your mind, though, Charles, how does he make the Tennessee Titans and Cam Ward better in 2026 and beyond?
Is it okay if I just answer him and then I go through the class with a quick thumbnail?
Let's do it. That's great.
Time. Yeah. Is that all right?
Absolutely.
Tate, I know Ridley's supposed to be back, but Tate gives you a chance to develop a new wide receiver 1. Mm-hmm. And I know the knock has been that he's never been wide receiver 1 at Ohio State, but Jeremiah Smith's kind of special. Okay, all right, and all the other ones that have come through before. So at Ohio State, you tend to wait your turn. I just put it to you this way. Reggie Wayne was wide receiver 2 in Indianapolis forever with Marvin Harrison. And then he went and did something that's very difficult to do. A character actor became a leading man. Yeah. In this case, I think Carnell Tate can become a leading man. That's how he helped. So, yes, it was a surprise because we all thought they'd go defense because of who was on the board. Yeah. But it's not a surprise that they needed a weapon to help a young quarterback. That makes perfect sense. So understood that one. Perfect. Keldrick Falk, young guys, really young, kind of, in a sense, Trayvon Walker coming out of Georgia. Wasn't asked to be an elite pass rusher. Was more of a base guy, but had the traits that you thought would translate. Well, guess what? Trayvon Walker's translated in 3 straight years double-digit sacks. So, yes, it translates. Keldrick Falk, we're thinking that can happen for him, that he can become an elite pass rusher off the edge. Hasn't been asked to do a lot of that. I know the numbers fluctuated at Auburn, but he's young. I love it. He's long, the arm length, all that. No Reuben Bain here. You don't have to worry about that part, right?
Right.
But he has to show that he can develop. Well, last year Atlanta took Jalen Walker out of Georgia, which was another guy that had been more of an off-the-ball, can he do it? He translated fairly well in his rookie year. I like where Falk can go. Anthony Hill, linebacker from Texas, elite athlete, elite processor, excellent leader, doesn't take on very many blocks, and I know people want to knock him for that. You know why? Because he doesn't have to. All right, in the college level, he's just faster than everyone else. He's past the block and makes the play. And I've never thought, why take on a block when you don't have to? Well, he'll have to learn how to take on more blocks because people are quicker and more adept at what they're doing in the NFL. But I think that he's got a chance to do it. Remember Derek Johnson from Texas? He was an outside linebacker, edge guy. Didn't take on a block his entire career at Texas, one of the best players in the country, fast, quick, the whole deal. ends up evolving into an inside linebacker, big, strong, physical guy with Kansas City, so it all can be developed. Anthony Hill, there's some comparisons there, but Hill's a pure inside linebacker. Carmona, the offensive guard from Arkansas, he should come in with the idea he can compete to play. All right, this is not an offensive line where, everyone has no chance. Obviously, it's not Skoronski's spot. Right. But getting Cordell Volson, liked him coming out of North Dakota State, became an immediate starter with Cincinnati, play fell off. That's why he's available for Tennessee. If I'm Carmona, I'm thinking I've got a chance. Come in ready to go because big, strong, physical kid, point of attack, he's got a chance. Nicholas Singleton, the running back from Penn State, lost a lot of carries when they lost James Franklin. Because Terry Smith, the interim head coach, came in, trusted Katrin Allen a little bit more with the football. Katrin Allen was much more of a hand him the ball, running towards the pile, make your way, go, go, go. Nicholas Singleton is looking to find space, man. All right, he's looking to find that space, bounce, and go. I think in 2024, he had, let me see here, I just wrote this down earlier today, 24 carries of 10 yards or more, or something like that. I'll find it here somewhere. I'll get back to you on that one. Mm-hmm. But anyway, that's what he does, all right? Can he find that bounce? Can he find a way to go? Oh, yeah, 32 runs of 10 yards or more in 2024.
Wow.
He just lost carries at the end of last year because they just trusted the other guy, quote unquote, just a bit more.
Yeah.
But neither one of them went at the top of the draft as many thought they would when the whole thing began. And that's kind of where we are with that one. Let's see who else is left. Jackie Marshall, defensive tackle from Baylor. A good, strong, functional guy there at Baylor. Coogan, the center from Indiana. He went in the 6th round, which probably surprised people since they named him Rose Bowl MVP. That MVP was much more emblematic of the entire offensive line. He was representative because he was a center. But he went back-to-back years as starting center of a team that played for a national championship at Notre Dame and won a national championship in Indiana. A lot of play, a lot of experience. He's another guy that I think, hey, you should be ready to go. You have a chance to be a player. And this is a league that does not mind starting 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th round centers. We see it all the time. The center's one of the last guys to get picked, but guess what? They can play. And Kanik, the tight end from Oklahoma, knows how to play. It'll be interesting to see how he maneuvers, can block. Let's see how it goes from there. But all I'm saying is those offensive linemen especially come in ready to go. Carnell Tate, come in ready to be wide receiver 1, even though Ridley's going to be back. I think that's a big, big deal for this Tennessee team to help out young Cam Ward. How's that?
CD, that was phenomenal.
And A+, no notes.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I just want to follow up on one or two of these guys, if you don't mind, man.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course. It's your show.
Listen, but CD, you're royalty around here, man. I got you, all right? Appreciate you coming on. With that being the case, some people, I ain't going to say question. I can understand it, but moving up for Keldrick Falk, what do you see eventually being his role moving forward? I see the pottery piece that he is, the clay that he is.
Yeah.
Why was that justified in your opinion?
Because of what you just said, Ramon, the pottery and the clay. But we actually have seen the flashes out there. There's always a bit heavy debate in the scouting community, as I've learned, and I don't consider myself part of the scouting community because I think that would be arrogant of me. The scouting community is the people who do it day in, day out, 24/7, 365, right? They're the ones in the cars making the long drives, right? They're the ones filing the reports, all those things. I try and learn from them, okay, as well as have my own opinion on it. With Falk, what you see is a guy that was asked to do a lot of things at Auburn. Slide inside on the sub-package downs, right, and try and work from there. Work off the edge at times. Play off-the-ball linebacker at other times. They've asked him to do so many things. So you become jack of all trades, hard to master one, right? I think that with Tennessee, they're going to figure out what they want from him in their role, ask him to master that before they start adding more things in. Isaiah Simmons coming out of Clemson a few years ago, if that didn't teach us, make them master something first before you add to it, as opposed to we're going to give you 85 different things to do right out of the gate. And you know what you end up getting? A paralyzed player, right? That's what Bill Parcells used to call an astronaut. You're an astronaut. And everybody goes, what is an astronaut? A guy lost in space. Boom, there you go.
Wow.
And that's what you end up with out of that. I don't see Tennessee doing that with him at all. Start him slow, work it through, and go on. My example all the time is Kyle Hamilton, the great safety from the Baltimore Ravens. I think you guys already know this, but I think it bears repeating. When Kyle Hamilton was in middle school, he tested Mensa Society IQ. Wow. okay? You know he's not going to blow assignments, right? Like anything you present to him, he's got it, okay?
Mm-hmm.
But having it and doing it, as you know, guys, are two different things. So his rookie year, there were busts because he was playing here, he was playing there, he's playing over there, he's doing this. And sometimes you're like, oh, shoot, I'm doing the wrong thing for the wrong spot. I'm supposed to do this, and busts would happen. Now, over time, he grew more comfortable. He's got it. Now you can do whatever you want with it. Walk before you run with these youngsters because I think the benefits are better. Otherwise, you can lose them early. You lost Isaiah Simmons, who was a top 10 talent and a top 10 pick, and you're never getting it back. He's going to spend his days in the NFL, finishing out in the NFL, as essentially a special teams player. Wow. And I think he was the number 6 overall pick in the draft.
CD, the other one I have is more of a football question for you, and it's for the guys I consider divas, the one that you defended against, okay? As a former quarterback yourself in DB, Charles, who makes who when it comes down to the Carnell Tate, Cam Ward conversation about, hey, Carnell ascending to a number 1, or how do you view that in the NFL in general, CD, when it comes to wide receiver, quarterback relationship, because they're both young, both need each other.
Yes.
And how do you go about mastering and making a number 1? Because I do believe, and I played with a guy, I saw him turning Antonio Brown's into a wide receiver 1. Deontay Johnson turned into a wide receiver 1. Carnell Tate got more talent than those guys.
Yeah. You saw what happened, right? So tell me if I'm wrong because I wasn't there, but I'm going to make a wild guess on this one, right? You better attach to that quarterback.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay, you better get on his page.
Absolutely.
Well, I'm going to go any given Sunday, Willie Beeman. You better get on my page.
It's facts.
Okay? Yep. Because that's what's going to be. So if you're Carnell Tate, whatever sleep you needed to get, you better have gotten it, but you better be there at 5 o'clock in the morning when Cam Ward's there. And I'm not talking about missing any days and going, I'm going to take this day off and I'm going to go. Nuh-uh. If Cam wants to be there, you should be there with it. And then you do everything on the field to make yourself that guy that he depends upon, that he says he can't do without, that he knows that instinctively you're going to be where I think you're supposed to be on this play because this is what we're reading, so on and so forth. I don't even have to look in that area. I just turn and throw, and boom, I see your hand snatch the football. That's what I would do if I'm Carnell Tate. I'm going to get with my young quarterback who carries himself like he's a 10-year veteran. Obviously, still has to learn to play that way because he's coming along. But I saw major growth last year that he didn't get credit for because the team wasn't very good. I mean, I saw him early in the season when New England came to town, and I saw him late in the season when New Orleans came to town. And startled isn't the right word because I knew he was talented as heck. But I was appreciative of what I watched and what I considered a great amount of growth. And he darn near pulled out the New Orleans game with that drive. If his knee doesn't touch a nanosecond before he releases the ball, that outcome may change. Get with that quarterback. Find out what that quarterback wants. That quarterback's going to drive everything. Now, you're going to add to him. You're going to add to his game. You're going to see things differently and bring it back to him, and maybe things will switch that way. But it all starts with the cue. And if you get with the cue and you make yourself dependable and available for him, things can really rock and roll that way. And this is a time where Tennessee actually has a guy that could be a true wide receiver 1. This is no knock on Io Manor. This is no knock on DK, like what both of them did last year. But they kind of remind me of, who was the guy that Tennessee had a bunch of years ago? It was like a 5th-round pick out of UMass, 6th-round pick.
Tajay Sharp.
Tajay Sharp.
Yep.
And you remember he blew away training camp and he ascended and became that guy. But his ceiling wasn't real high. So after, it's kind of like baseball. After you've gone through the lineup a couple of times, they kind of got it.
Yep.
Right.
And he could only be so much. And unfortunately, they were like, oh, well, he could be our 1. No, he can't be your 1. Well, can Io Manor and DK? I'm not putting a limit on them, but I like Tate's chances better.
Yeah. No doubt. No doubt about it. Charles, real quick, just on the way out, just one more for you on Brian Daboll and his system specifically. I think we love the fit personality-wise that I think Brian Daboll, and I know you already know what I'm talking about.
Already, huh?
Brian Daboll and Cam Ward speak the same language, and they can speak to each other the way that maybe some coaches wouldn't speak to players and vice versa, right? But just from an X's and O's perspective, I think it's so interesting how Robert Saleh talked about the impetus to hire player Brian Daboll being, there are a lot of Shanahan tree coaches out there. And as a defensive coach, I could copy and paste a lot of that game plan relatively for Shanahan coaches. This one's different. This system is different. When you look at Brian Daboll and what he's going to ask of this offense, what makes this system so different than from what a lot of the rest of the league is doing in your eyes?
It's going to sound trite. Well, it's going to sound like, duh, but it's something that happens all the time in all levels of ball everywhere. Daboll he assesses who you are as a player and what your strengths are and what we can work off of. And then he's going to emphasize those. He's going to take you there, and the offense is going to shift in that direction for what works best for this team as a group, starting with the quarterback, then overall with the receivers, offensive line, etc. Plus, personality-wise, what little bit I know of Cam Ward, because I'm not going to sit here and act like we're boys, because that would be folly. But what little bit I can tell with him, Daboll's personality is perfect for him, because Cam Ward does not shy away from hard coaching.
Right.
Okay, he's not going to be like, you're not going to say that to me and take off and go. All right, because I heard about that with a quarterback a few seasons ago that came in the draft and had a clash with the offensive coordinator in the draft process, and they never got over it. Yeah. This is not going to be the case with Cam Ward. And Dave's, with his personality, I think you guys have figured out now, he doesn't mind sticking the needle in there a few inches, right? Yeah. So Josh Allen learned how to deal with that, and for that to work well, and guess what? Became a pure advocate of Brian Daboll, and that's what led him on the way to where we are now. I think similar things can happen. It won't be the way that Josh Allen plays. It'll be different because Cam Ward's not built like Josh Allen and not going to play like him, but he's going to play to what his strengths are. Understanding the game, having the intelligence to see what's going on downfield, making the changes that are necessary as the defense moves and rotates and evolves, and making sure that he is prepared for every eventuality, which is why he's in the film room at 5 o'clock in the morning. He's not in the film room to watch his high school highlights, guys. All right? He's in the film room to try and get ready to play and try and make himself better, because learning how to watch film is an art. Ramon?
Yeah.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Everyone has talked about, hey, he watches X amount of film. Yeah, but what are you actually seeing when you're watching?
Thank you.
Okay? That's where the difference is in learning and understanding, because a lot of guys lock themselves in the film room. But then when you take them out and say, what did you gain out of it? What did you get? Where are we going with this? I've watched 100 plays, and that guy looked pretty good, coach. Jeez.
Tell me.
Okay.
Tell me about
We got to teach you how to understand what you're seeing, and that takes some time as well. And I think that Tennessee's well on its way with Cam. Everyone else, come along with him. Come along with him. And it's not just getting up at 5 like it's symbolic. It's we have to get a jump on the day. I worked with a guy many, many years ago that say whatever you want. He taught me one great lesson in life, and that was John Gruden. I was his roommate when we were coaching together. He would get me up stupid early in the morning because his numbers are 317. That's what time he sets his alarm for in the morning.
That's crazy.
At 3:30 in the morning, he'd be, hey, coach, let's get up. I was like, are you insane? Yes. And I had like one eye on the clock. I was like, no. And he's like, hey, and I'll never forget. He goes, hey, coach, look, we're going to get up. We're going to go for a run. Come back, shower. We're going to stop at the local place. I'm going to get this monster thing of coffee. You get whatever it is you want to drink. We're going to hit the office. We're going to get to work. We're not going to get the office to go to sleep. We're going to get the office. We're going to get to work. We're going to break down what we got going today. Going to break down what we got going next week. We're going to be ahead. Move. When everyone else rolls in around 8 o'clock this morning, we're half day ahead of them. We're already half day ahead.
Yeah.
Now add that up, coach. Let's do this every day. We get a half day ahead every day. Who's going to catch us? No one. So let's go. Next thing you know, I'm running the streets of Stockton, California. It's 3:35 in the morning. I'm cursing John Gruden with every fiber of my being. And while I didn't stay in coaching, guys, the lessons remain.
Yeah.
Get out, work, get ahead of people, find your edge. Maybe your edge is something that you discover in the hours of 4 to 8 o'clock in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
See where I'm going with this? I'm not saying everybody has to do it that way. Your hours might be 12 to 4 in the morning. I don't know. Whatever they are, find your edge, hone it, and don't let it go. because a guy like me has to find an edge. As my father will tell me, and when I talk to him later today, he'll ask me the same question. Did you study today? Are you ready to go? Yeah, I think I did. Well, you probably do a little bit more. Well, Dad, but no, you should do a little bit more. You know why? Because you'll be the first one they'll want to replace.
Ooh.
You got to make it hard on them to make them want to replace you. If you don't, they'll replace you, and it'll be easy. So go back and do a little more studying. I love you. Talk to you later. That's my dad.
CD.
That's a mic drop right there. That's good stuff.
That's why you were so convicted on your quarterback claim with Dan Jeremiah. I absolutely loved it. I tend to side with you. I'm with it.
Listen, it's just who knows? And here's the thing. DJ made some great points.
Did.
This is Tom Brady has talked about revolutionizing the way we train quarterbacks. Everything he's saying is on target. I respected it. I respected it clearly. I respected it during the time we were doing it. I know it became cause celebrate, like we were getting ready to have a steel cage match.
I loved it.
I think when you watched it, you did understand. I felt like we were respecting each other's side. My biggest thing is very simply, and I went back and I pulled the information. I went back to 1970. And if you guys have the time, pull 1970, go to 1970 and say, number one overall pick was a quarterback. When did he make his first start in the NFL? And you will see the overwhelming evidence that they get the ball really early. And I'm talking 1970, 71, 75, they all got the ball day one of their rookie years. We're talking Jim Plunkett. We're talking Steve Bartkowski. Okay? Yeah. We're talking all those guys. Day one, they were handed the football and went. We're not talking about nowadays. Now, Matt Ryan, day one. I can go on all day if you're the number, and Matt wasn't even number one overall, but number one overall quarterbacks, John Elway, day one. It happens. And I know people have great intentions. I actually don't expect Mendoza to get a ball day one because Tom Brady has put it out there so big he's going to want to at least look like he's doing this.
Yeah.
Let them start 0-3, 1-4.
Yeah, right. Right.
Okay, and then Mark Davis, who signs everybody's checks, says, hey. I know he's not Tom Brady, but he's got the money.
Yeah.
He signs the checks. He's going to want to see the kid. And my whole thing is very simply, what are you waiting for in most cases? Like, I remember years ago, it was Jacksonville. Blake Bortles gets drafted, which was a major shocker to all of us. Remember, he went number 3? And Dave Caldwell was the GM. Nope. We've got Chad Henne here. We're going to redshirt this kid because I know it was a surprise to everyone, but I'm just paraphrasing. Week 3, he started. Week 3.
Right.
They all go to the podium and tell us that it is rare. And when you see the latest that these guys started was probably Carson Palmer, who sat out the entire rookie year and then started week 1 as his second year. And he was number 1 overall. I know people are going to say Mahomes. Mahomes wasn't number 1 overall. I know he sat most of his rookie year, but he wasn't number 1 overall. I'm just saying, take the number 1 overall guys.
Yep.
The vast majority of them get the ball early, and a really good number get the ball week 1. So that's why I was going with that. I know what they've said. I get it. Hey, prove it, Tom Brady. That's all I'm saying.
That's absolutely right. Charles Davis, our guest, NFL Network draft analyst, CBS Sports. Charles, thank you as always for the time. We really appreciate you.
Appreciate it, Charles.
Thanks a lot, guys. And as always, Coach Mack forever.
Yes, absolutely right. Yes, sir. Thank you, Charles. Appreciate you.
Bye-bye.
All right, Charles Davis with us here this morning.
Amazing visit.
We'll react to some of that. Fantastic. In every way. I'm just sitting here like a kid sitting crisscross applesauce in class, just listen to that all day.
Like I need to send him a cup of coffee.
We'll react to that coming up next.
When you start noticing cracks in the walls, uneven floors, or driveways sinking and separating, it's more than a home issue. It's a peace of mind issue. That's why who you choose for your foundation repair and concrete leveling really matters. I trust United Structural Systems, y'all, because they've been doing this the right way since 1994, right here in Tennessee. USS doesn't believe in the quick fixes or scare tactics at all. They take the time to inspect, explain what's going on, and walk you through real proven solutions that are built to last. Whether your home needs foundation stabilization, crawl space repair, or concrete leveling for sinking sidewalks, patios, or driveways, USS uses engineered solutions designed for long-term performance, not temporary patches. What really stands out to me is their commitment to integrity. If you don't need repairs, they'll tell you that. If you do, you'll know exactly why before any work begins on your home at all. From the initial inspection to the final repair, USS, they listen, they educate, and deliver results you can trust so you can feel confident your home is safe today and protected for the future. With decades of experience and thousands of homes repaired, you can trust United Structural Systems is here today and here to stay. Learn more, schedule your inspection at USSTN.com. United Structural Systems, committed to customers, invested in what matters most. We are USS.
Right back at it to wrap up hour number 3 this morning on Ramon and Will. A little Vols headline that just dropped that we can talk about coming up here at the top of the hour, and Ron Slay coming up at 9:20 near the bottom of the hour, which I learned what that meant last week. You were a part of that too with Titans Radio. Yeah. I didn't know bottom of the hour meant 30. Yeah. I thought bottom of the hour meant the end of the hour. But then if we're talking about like a clock,
analog clock,
bottom of the hour means the hand is pointing towards the bottom. And I said, what's an analog clock? I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm playing into the stereotype of my generation.
Educational system hadn't gone that far away.
No, that's right. Yeah. That's right. I may not be able to write in cursive anymore, but I hadn't got that far. You know, we still did that, though.
We did.
Charles Davis was A+.
Electric.
A minute ago. I think that's really interesting, and we clipped that answer. We're going to do that Monday. I already told Justin about that. We'll do that Monday about the offense at Daboll and Cam and all that stuff. What are y'all laughing at? Y'all have so many conversations that I'm not privy to.
In my ear. He said, who? Like Mike Jones. Who is Justin?
I feel left out.
You don't want to break
some of these are while you're talking. I should do it. I do it to you.
He did it.
See,
I've got to have time to gather some semblance of thought. Days like this, we have 90-second commercial breaks. We're talking for 4 hours, and no other show is on for 4 hours.
He got too much power back there. What you got for him?
I'm just going to gather my thoughts more quickly. That is the interesting stop. That is the interesting thing on this offense. And when we talk about what the difference is between Brian Daboll and a Kyle Shanahan system scheme or a Mike Shanahan system kind of stuff, I think Charles gives a really interesting perspective on that. It's not necessarily that he's doing a bunch of different stuff in terms of the run game and the blocking schemes and the route tree, but he maybe is a bit more malleable to the strengths of who he's been given and to the quarterback. And it's less of a square peg, round hole, and it's, well, maybe you're a star-shaped peg, so let's make a star-shaped hole, if that makes sense from an analogy perspective.
It does. It lends itself, though, to the conversation of good coaches versus bad coaches. Like, I look at Josh McDaniel. That's the one that's in with New England. He, for instance, been wanting to be thrust into roles as a head coach, and sometimes you're just not ready for it because you don't know how to handle everybody. But your specialty is figuring out how to make guys better at their positions. Like I said, the best offensive line coach I've had, well, not coach, but O-line coach I've had is Munchak. He didn't ask the right guard to do what the left guard does. And if that's what CD is talking about, like most times play callers, their stripes don't change. The offense is what it is, but it is maximizing what Carnell does. What does Cam need to do more of because he's good at it and he doesn't recognize it and he doesn't like to do it? Like, no, I promise you're going to eat doing it this way as opposed to saying, well, just go deep on the ball. Like, no, that's not the case. Smart, good coaches, to CD's point, Charles Davis's points, they know how to find where their guys are good at. And again, it's not about how good you are. It's about how much can I minimize your deficiencies or how much can I maximize your deficiencies.
100%. And not to say that Shanahan systems aren't also adjustable to skill sets and all of these things, but there is a lot of consistency across the board in what Kyle Shanahan and the offshoots of his coaching tree ask their quarterbacks to do. And I think a really interesting example of that is going to be Clint Kubiak this season with the Las Vegas Raiders and Fernando Mendoza. Because Fernando Mendoza, you can count on one hand the amount of under center snaps that he had last year at Indiana.
True.
Sam Darnold was under center a lot last season, and it's a lot of play action, bootleg, establish the run, throw over linebackers' heads as soon as they start creeping forward into the run game. A lot of timing and rhythm routes. How does that adjust to a quarterback skill set who is doing a very different kind of thing, a different kind of offense last year at Indiana? It's interesting.
It is.
We'll get to Chuck and Gallatin on the phone when we come back. You can join us at 615-737-1045. A little nugget drop from Pete Nakos about a very big recruitment and maybe some good news on the way for Tennessee that we'll talk about coming up next.
It's Ramon and Will here for Window Nation. Good people, spring is here and it has sprung, man. It's an awesome time to open up your windows while that light, cool breeze is coming in right now, and they like to call it burping your house. Just getting some fresh air in from time to time. It's healthy for your house and all the air that's circulating around everybody that you love. But what if your windows don't open easily? Well, they might leak, broken, or they just continue to put layer and layer of paint over them, man. Well, the pros at Window Nation, they can help you get new energy-efficient windows at a great price.
Yeah, that's right, Ramon. With Window Nation's the more you buy, the more you save sale going on now, you could save up to 50% off all the windows for your home. You could get them with 0% interest financing for 5 years. Experts report that windows retain 80% of their value, and we love Window Nation because of their A-plus rating for the BBB, the 50-point inspection of every window before it leaves the factory, and the over 45,000 five-star reviews. Check them out online at windownation.com. Save up to 50% off all the windows for your home online at windownation.com.
.903, good morning, live from the Circus Sports at the Main Kentucky Downs studio. I'm Justin Hawkins. New this morning, On3's Pete Nakos has logged an expert prediction for the Tennessee Vols to land coveted Wake Forest transfer guard Juke Harris, who's the number one player in the On3 transfer portal rankings. On Thursday, the Titans signed 5 of their 8 2026 NFL draft picks, and guard Fernando Carmona Jr. out of Arkansas, running back Nick Singleton out of Penn State, center Pat Coogan out of Indiana, defensive tackle Jackie Marshall out of Baylor, and tight end Jaron Kanek out of Oklahoma. Just Carnell Tate, Keldrick Falk, and Anthony Hill Jr. remain the unsignees. The Titans also signed 11 undrafted free agents yesterday. As today, the Titans rookie minicamp will begin, starting it off with head coach Robert Saleh kicking things off as he speaks to the media coming up at 10:45 this morning ahead of practice at 11:15. Tomorrow, day 2 of minicamp with coordinator speaking just after 10:30, and practice will begin at 11:15. Saturday night, Nashville Soccer Club, they're looking for their 4th straight MLS win as they visit the Philadelphia Union. First kicks at 6:30 p.m. Central Time. You can, of course, tune in right here to 104.5 The Zone. Coverage begins at 6 o'clock. For all your foundation repair and waterproofing needs, you got to go to USSTN.com. Breaking news at once on your home for the Titans and Vols. This is 104.5 The Zone.
Fourth and final hour of the show, 9 a.m. in Music City. 615-737-1045. Stream it live on 1045 The Zone TV, Facebook Live, YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch. Ramon Foster, Will Bowling, joined in 15 minutes by 3HL, ESPN, SEC Networks, Ron Slay. Pete Nakos this morning, Ramon, has given Vols fans some pretty good news. And similar news to what Brent Hubbs told us this morning about Wake Forest guard / wing / bucket, Juke Harris.
Juke.
Pete Nakos has logged an expert prediction for Tennessee to land Wake Forest guard Juke Harris.
Expert prediction?
Expert prediction.
Listen,
this is what we call in some services a crystal ball prediction.
He didn't go out to California for no particular reason. I think, where is Nate training at? Nate's training in Chicago or Charlotte. I'm not sure where he's at.
Nate Ament, of course, who you're talking about.
Yeah, Nate Ament, most definitely. But a very, very fascinating prediction. Like, he doesn't really get this type of stuff wrong right here. I heard Hubbs bring up the fact that, hey, it could be a situation where Louisville's trying to get in the mix. Louisville's spinning. They got a lot of that. I think, what is it, Papa John's and UPS money that's up there as well.
FedEx.
They're FedEx as well.
That would be blasphemy.
They are FedEx? I thought they were UPS. They got a big old UPS hub there. Either way, everybody right now is doing what you do in negotiating. You don't put the first offer in. You're trying to be one of the last ones to kind of skew people up. Coach Barnes has kind of sold these guys on just their ability to go get buckets and play defense, and it wouldn't shock me if he sold them, be my squad to take me to the Final Four selfishly. I think there's something to be said about that. Those type of guys have those ambitions, and when you look at Coach Barnes' track record, Elite Eight is almost, I don't want to say it's automatic, but you're in a position in which he's going to get you that and more eyes on you. The more you play, the better you are. And hopefully for some of these guys, the better they raise their draft stock up. You excited about that?
Yes.
I know somebody's losing their mind. Zeph. I'm sure he's Joseph Bonanno. Oh, my gosh. I know he's probably the worst human being right now trying to figure out how he can control himself. By the way, if he doesn't learn to take care of his married wife, he's going to have bigger issues on his hand other than being involved.
All right, I want to get to that in a minute. But first, I want to wrap a bow on the Juke Harris stuff. Because what?
Oh, my
What do you mean? Juke Harris is the number one player in the whole portal at On3. He is a 5-star transfer. He is a bucket. And if and when this gets over the line, and Brent Hubbs was on with us earlier this morning and said it feels like a matter of when at this point, timing-wise, on it being Tennessee. Juke Harris's decision feels like it's coming down to Tennessee or the NBA versus Tennessee or Michigan, Louisville, North Carolina. Tennessee is a top 5 team in college basketball preseason when this gets over the line. No question. And you are entering a season where the goal is not just to make a Final Four. The goal is to be the last team standing at the end of the Final Four. And I don't think anyone needs to shy away from that. You can bookmark my tweets all you want, fans of other fan bases and other teams. That's the reality of the expectation. Whether or not that happens remains to be seen. There's a lot of work to be done to put this team together and see how all the really good parts all fit. But there is no question. The expectation is to compete for a national championship for Tennessee basketball in 2026 and 2027.
I agree.
And they have all the parts that they need to go and do that. Juke Harris is a massive, massive get and has a chance, Ramon. We'll ask Ron Slay about this in a couple minutes. I'm curious to see how he thinks Juke stacks up with the other options, but has a chance to be the crown jewel of these one-year transfers that Rick Barnes has mastered. He has a chance to be Dalton Connect level, if not better. Has a chance to be better than Jazz Lanier. Has a chance to be better than Jacoby Gillespie. This might be the 4th in 4 years of high-level impact transfers and could be the best out of all of them.
I mean, it's for a guy that's older in this league, I've said this before, but his ability to adapt and not die is one he's kept the Vols fans above board when it comes to expectations and stuff. Even when it got rough last year, Rick gonna do what Rick does. I'm just interested to see what he does with this level of talent all across the board, though, as well. Like, he's had, to your point, he's had his spots with even Kevin Durant, moving back to that one, TJ Ford, You look at Dalton Connect. You just check the boxes on all of these guys. Kennedy Chandler, he's had first rounders. He is, and I think his respect factor needs to go up when it comes down to how he's judged amongst the greats, because Rick Barnes has done that every single time, and his track record speaks for it as well.
Tell you what, too, I mean, I feel like we're going to be talking a lot more Tennessee basketball next season than we typically do. Ron Slay is our basketball advocate, even when it overlaps with football season. I think he's going to get his wish with this basketball team.
Yeah.
Because this team has a chance to be the best that Tennessee has ever had. And on paper, it is one of the best collections of talent that Tennessee has ever had. Yeah. The question becomes, can Rick Barnes take offensive playmakers and weapons who get buckets and teach them how to defend? Teach them how to stay in front. These are all questions we'll have for Slade literally coming up in 10 minutes. Like, how much of that is coachable? Can you teach someone how to stay in front of their man? Can you teach someone how to help in certain situations? What kind of coverages can Tennessee run that put them in advantageous positions defensively? Is there still another piece to be added in the portal or in the high school ranks for another big man? Because that's probably the one piece Tennessee is missing at this point. If you get in foul trouble with Harrelson and Dwayne Brown and the different big men that you've added, is there a weakness there to say, well, now we're a little small because we only have those couple of forwards? You're not as deep in the front line. But these are champagne problems.
They are.
For a team that is expected to compete for a Final Four and for a national championship next season.
They got a squad. They absolutely got a squad.
It feels like they are going all in for a last dance for Rick Barnes.
But you mentioned these guys. I think defense is a good part of the game already. Like Jalen Harrison, to me, I think plays good defense already. Brendan Lou is known for it as well. Like
they're offensive guys.
Yeah, they are.
They're known as scorers.
But they come ready with defense for the most part already. Like, it's been their calling card. Who's the Kennesaw State?
Brendan Lou.
Yeah, Brendan Lou. And Wake Forest's transfer as well. Like, they both bring it, or they all bring it defensively.
Yeah.
So, I personally don't think it's that big of a deal, but I'm looking forward to see what it look like. He's got a hell of a squad. There's two Vols, I think, out there now that don't have homes either. Clarence Masamba, I'm trying to see if he's committed.
UC Davis.
Is UC Davis.
I believe, it may have been either UC Davis or UC Irvine. One of those UCs.
Amari Abram is not committed right now.
He's out of eligibility.
Yes, UC Davis.
Amari Abram is out of eligibility.
Oh, he's out?
Yeah. He entered the portal because he's trying to get a year back, as one does.
Tough.
Yeah, UC Davis for Clarence Masamba. We go back to the phone where Chuck is in Gallatin. What's up, Chuck?
What's up, Chuck?
Hey, good morning, fellas.
Good morning.
Morning.
Don't be scared or nothing.
We're waiting.
Wait on you, man.
Go for it. No, you, Chuck. What we got this morning, man?
Man, let me tell you something, Ramon. About got my foot caught in the trap again.
What happened?
Oh man, you should have heard them. I was 16. Mom and Dad went to San Antonio. I drove all the way there. Now, wait a minute now. Let's get this right. You remember Jerry Reed? You know, when he runs over the Harley Davidsons?
Yeah.
Okay. The snowman says eastbound and down. Okay, well, we were westbound and unloading.
That's what I'm talking about.
Dad said, "Hey, son, you going to the Alamo with us?" I said, "Hell no, Daddy. I ain't going to Alamo. I done been shot once. Don't want to be shot again."
Oh, wow.
I said, "I don't want to be like David Crockett and die." I said, "No, I'm going to stay right here."
Yeah.
Then, moving forward, I heard Brent Hubbs and y'all and me as Vol Nation listening this morning. I couldn't resist to call y'all. Okay, Ramon. Tennessee 101. Class just now in session.
Mm-hmm.
All right, put on your Moxtons. You got to have Moxtons when you're scouting, remember? 1814, took a little trip along with Colonel Jackson down the mighty Mississippi. Well, they run out of ammunition. Let me tell you. They filled their mouths full of powder and balls, lit that hind end, and blew their mind. What did they like? Gators. They grabbed them by the tail and gave them another word. Okay, let's not that F word.
Yep.
All right, now here. Brent Hoops and Bob, Robert Kessling, was announcing, and Rick Barnes says, no, you get back out there and shoot that shot because you got a job to do and I'm paying you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now let's move forward. I like the way Rick Barnes is doing things. Basketball, awesome. Baseball's coming along. What the crap was that with Kim Caldwell? Okay, now we come to the F word. Just about football time in Tennessee.
There it is.
Thank you, Chuck. We
There
appreciate
it
your
is,
call.
Chuck.
We've got Ron Slay coming up next.
I knew you was gonna bring it home.
So we've got to keep it moving.
He brought it home.
We are out of time.
And the F word that we needed to use was football time.
Thank you for calling, Chuck.
In Tennessee.
That's all the time we have
Chuck.
for you this morning.
Every time I'm here for it.
We appreciate you.
Nah, I'm here for it every
have
time. You gotta have it.
What's that, Justin?
Gotta have
Lit that hind end and blew their mind.
Chuck, I'm here for it.
I got nothing to add.
I'm here for it.
I don't
Chuck.
know what just happened. Respectfully.
Nah, I was keeping up the whole time. I'm here for it.
We appreciate you.
I love it. I absolutely love it, Chuck. You do it. You get me.
Don't encourage it.
Every Friday you get me.
No, stop it. Do not make that promise.
I'm here for it.
Ron Slay next. That's Ron Slay's music on 104.5 The Zone here on Ramon and Will. Happy Friday to you. Glad you're with us. Streaming live at 104.5 The Zone TV, Facebook Live, YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch. I got a lot of questions about Tennessee hoops for Slay. And we're going to have a lot of questions just overall about Tennessee hoops because Tennessee is trending towards landing the number one player in the transfer portal, according to On3, Juke Harris. Dare I say Tennessee's winning the kind of recruiting battles Kentucky used to win. How about that? What a world we live in.
This much.
Meanwhile, Kentucky's spending major money in football and is giving Will Stein some talent.
Sure is.
We live in a new day. We live in a world. We live in a society.
Crazy how the flip happens. I got a feeling before Kentucky resets this as far as basketball go, they'll have a new coach, though. I'm not one to have a person fired, but I am a person legitimately say the people that enjoy traditional Kentucky Wildcat basketball, not enjoying this.
Might be over as we know it.
Yeah, it might be over as we know it. Look who it is. Like Suge Knight out here in
all red.
All red.
What's going on?
No, big Triple B. Triple B is who he is now. Look at my dog out
You've
here.
heard of the Better Business Bureau. This is Big Boss Bert. Yep. Here he is. We got to wait for the handshake. Yep.
Listen, man, I'm just trying to. I should have put on a Nike Tech. It's cool outside, man. It's real cool outside.
It was in the 40s when I got in the car this morning.
It was in the 40s this morning.
I did my remote start on my phone to heat up the car on the way in. I've not done that since maybe January.
Yeah. So no, you did it in February.
That's true. I did.
Yeah, you did it in February. I don't want you to people
That's
call
true.
you a liar.
Okay.
They'll call you a liar.
I ain't calling you a truther.
They will not call you a truther at all.
Justin, you got that reference?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're the only one, but
So y'all
I'm glad
talking-
somebody did.
Y'all got a little inside jokes out here?
Drake and Josh, non-Nickelodeon. That was critical show for our generation.
We do too. We get some jokes.
What's up? How are you?
What up, Will Lee?
How we doing?
I'm coolin', man. What y'all got going, brothers?
Well, we've got Pete Nakos predicting Juke Harris to land at Tennessee.
Yeah,
That's
I don't
fun.
see how you couldn't. You know what I mean? I think Pete came with it, but you know what I mean? I really don't see how you couldn't in this situation.
You got a smirk on your face. You behind this one.
Oh, no, Dreeland. I'm just out here just reading the tea leaves like everybody else then, I guess. You know what I mean?
Well, you know what that means from him.
I ain't talking about nothing. Dreeland.
You know what? That's some Creed you got on that smell like. Over
No,
there.
so this that, I don't even know how to pronounce this.
Well, don't.
Inicio.
Oh.
We back to Juke Harris. I know how you do it.
I-N-T-I-O. That bad boy smell good, though.
It does. Mm-hmm. What about Juke, man? That's super unique. Savage.
Dude, when you look at the college landscape, though, you know what I mean? And we sitting right here in Nashville. So we got to see the jump, what the jump looks like. So all the acclaim that a guy like Tyler Tanner was getting, Tyler was averaging, 4 points, turned that into 19.
Yeah.
And exploded onto the scene. You know what I mean? A lot of that had to do with them starting off undefeated. That helped. You know what I mean? Coach Bynes' system, him getting the keys, him being able to play on both ends. But over there in North Carolina, it was the same thing going on with Wake Forest. You know what I mean? Juke Harris was only averaging about 6. He turned that into 21.
Dang.
You know what I'm saying? And about 4 or 5 games where he had double-digit rebounds and not like 10 or 11. No, he had like 13, 14, 15 rebounds. You know what I'm saying? And being able to carry him 38 points one game. So when you talk about what he brings to this team, what's the separator in him and everybody else, Lundblade, Tyler Harris, and all them, I think he walks in, this I was just telling Payne, I think he walks in with a Dalton Connect mindset.
Okay.
Now, does he shoot like DK? I don't think so. But Rick Barnes is known to tinker with people's shots and get that thing to fall in too. But he can score on all 3 levels. But he's one of those that, hey, man, just move. Okay. Give him the ball, like heating up, efficient, you know what I'm saying? It ain't nothing to see him go 12 for 19, you know what I'm saying? And be able to get his shots in the flow of the game, and also take over games. I was talking to one of my partners, man, my young fellas, Brandon Childress, who played at Wake Forest, son of Randolph Childress, and he was telling me, I was like, Dawg, what you think about Juke?
Yeah.
And he was like, man, listen, I came back and saw him in high school, his senior year. He was 6'3". He said his freshman year coming into Wake Forest. He said he was 6'3" walking in.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? He was like, oh, okay, a little raw. He said this past February, he had, in Europe you get a break, they had a LaFever break. So he came home to catch a game. He said he's sitting there courtside watching the game like, dude, this can't be the same dude.
Wow.
You know what I mean? He said, man, he had grown to 6'8". Yeah. He said, and he was like, okay, he can still get busy, beat this guy one-on-one. Said then he played to play above the rim, and he was like, oh, okay. Now I see it. So he's like, what I saw from him getting there to that point, now he the real deal.
He grew 5 inches?
Yeah.
In college?
Yeah.
Because if you go to his On3, even like high school page, because I was on that this morning, like it originally says he is 6'5" with long arms, broad shoulders, giving him a projectable frame moving forward. That was written by Jamie Shaw of Rivals in August of 2022.
Yeah.
And then
Like,
now
man.
he is listed in the portal at 6'7", 200.
And listen, the thing with him, when watching him, this is what I'm getting at. So I'm talking to basketball heads, the people that don't give out flowers, you know what I mean? Like, you got to go earn it, you know what I'm saying? Like, these guys are saying, man, like, no, he's that piece.
Okay.
And I've never had this many calls. I heard y'all talking about it coming in. I've never heard. Will said Slay gonna love it. Yeah, hell yeah. I can't wait. I told who'd I tell?
I got so many questions.
I forgot who I was telling. I might have been Danny White. I was like, boy, if this happened the way it's supposed to happen, boy, I ain't gonna be able to, they ain't gonna be able to shut me up. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But I was like, coming into this season, this off season, I've never gotten many calls about Coach Barnes outside of the SEC footprint. You know what I'm saying? People hitting me like, hey man, now y'all putting something together. You know what I mean? Like it is different. You know, so like this is, and it's like I think what's different about it also is you always had that nucleus to come back and lean on. Like who they gonna add with Zakai? Who they gonna add with Josiah? Like who they gonna add with the guys coming Bishop? Like all these guys, like you lean on. This man retoured the whole entire lineup.
Yeah, he did.
You know what I'm saying? From 1 year ago. Like and we raved about the freshman group he brought in last year. Like, this is the foundation. And they left. You know what I mean? You got 2 back. So, man, to be able to go and pull this together, the funny thing about it, and it might not be me having to do the talking.
What you
Everybody
mean?
else may be doing it. You know what I mean? We might be like, let's talk about Vandy or something like that. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? So
when a team's so good, you just kind of leave them off to the side. Like, all right, who's in the battle for the, I don't know, the South Carolina, the 2 seed, the 3 seed.
We're talking about them too much. You're going to be like, man, let's talk about somebody else. But that's a good spot to be in, though.
Man, it's going to be fun.
Let me ask you this. How is it that you can, I don't want to say make it easier, work in basketball, but we're talking about 5 to 7 guys that are all elite or at least got high traits.
Yeah.
That's a challenge.
It is.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it's still potential right now, but I think with basketball, man, like you get to dive in now. Like with football, yeah. But I heard who was it? Hubs talking earlier about what's the kid from Penn State?
Chaz Coleman.
Chaz Coleman.
Yeah.
Chaz Coleman, like the situation you have with him, with guys being out and him having to be acclimated to different people, it ain't that many people for you to get acclimated with. You know what I mean? If you go talk to the trainer can pretty much, if you end up with the trainer, say you got an injury you nursing, he can pretty much give you the day in, the day out, the attitudes, the characters of the 13, 14 other guys that you're going to be around. And really 8 or 9 that's going to be really key parts to this. You know what I'm saying? Like they got a good feel of it. You can always go and watch film, but those times in the locker room, I know it's different in basketball because that confined space is different than having to fit 90 some odd guys in the locker room when you just got 15 right there. You know what I'm saying? So you have to talk.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And there's nowhere to go. People ain't going to class. So you might as well be sitting in the locker room, in the weight room, at the training table, going to eat, over
All
somebody's
together.
house, playing the game. Like, you together. You know what I mean? Even if it's just 3 or 4 of y'all, that's more than a quarter of the team. You know what I'm saying? So 3 or 4 of y'all on football, it's like, darn, man, we missed. I wonder what's the name.
there.
You feel me?
That's a click.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, y'all trying to override something. Like, trying to overthrow Heupel or something. That ain't what it is. So I think that's the biggest thing. And then when you get to play against other guys that you know now are on the boards of where you're trying to go.
Yeah.
And you've seen it.
Yep.
So it's like, what are we coming here for? It's kind of like what Kim Caldwell was talking about. Like, either you come in here to play this style and get to this part, Or you coming here with an ulterior motive, and that ain't going to work. Now you're going to become an outlier.
Yeah.
And you can't become an outlier if you under a Rick Barnes system because he has zero problems with saying, go sit down. And have all us wondering, like, hey, man, why A.J. Abrams ain't in? He ain't never getting in the game. Like, why he can't get in the game? You know what I mean? And we scratching our heads, but I ain't saying, I'm using him as an example. I ain't saying.
Well, we had some questions.
Well, you got them questions, you know what I'm saying? Same thing with Dalton Connect with the Lakers. Like, now, why Dalton can't get in the game?
Yeah.
It's not for us. It's for us to talk about, but they know as a staff why they don't fit, or upper management, whatever it is. So it's a little different with basketball, man.
It certainly is, and for the people, Slay, who are going to be critics of this, and for the rival fans who are going to say, well, but how do you expect a team that doesn't have as much defensive talent and innate defensive ability to play a Rick Barnes style? Because that criticism has been in our chat. I'm sure it's been in yours. There are rival fans. Some of them may just not want to believe how good Tennessee's been, and they're trying to grasp something. But I even do think that even the people who love what's happening can say that's a fair question to say, how can Rick Barnes teach these guys just the basic non-negotiables and the fundamentals of playing defense for Tennessee? How hard is that just to teach that mentality of playing defense, of the different coverages Tennessee will run? Like, is that something you either have or you don't? What can you be taught? What can't you be taught in terms of learning how to be a good defensive basketball team?
I think the beautiful thing about this is we're sitting here, take a step back and step out of it and look in it and say, okay, now we're asking, how can we get Rick Barnes to teach defense?
It is pretty funny when you take a 30,000 foot view.
That may be the best problem of it all.
100%.
What?
100% it is.
Rick Barnes, who's non-negotiable with SEC Players of the Year, first-round picks, lottery picks, five-star phenoms. Like,
I can see Rick smiling if he was listening to this right now.
Transfer guys, you know what I'm saying? Like that. So that's the problem?
Yeah, no.
Oh, good. Bet. You know what I mean?
I'm with you. I'm with you.
Bet. Run that right there. You know what
we
I'm
got
saying?
a new word for it. Brendan it. Brendan it.
I'm just saying, like,
Sorsby me, please.
Like, come on, dog. Yes. Sorsby that.
Sorsby that.
Yeah, good, dog.
Use promo code Sorsby.
I promise you gonna get a discount. Like, you look at it, dog, this right here, that's effort.
Yeah.
Rebounding and defense is effort.
Yeah.
Now, to become elite means everybody pulling in the same direction for it. To get those guys that are outstanding, the Zakai's, the guys that are up for the awards at the end of the year, that's instinctive. So you got to have that. Just like I can be 6'11" and not be a shot blocker, but you bring somebody in like Felix that's 6'10" and instinctively, or East Pons, who's 6'8", and he's blocking everything, you know what I mean? Super athletic, it's instinct.
Right.
So, yeah, you got to be born with that, you know what I mean, or learn that. But the other stuff, that's what I'm asking you to do. So,
fair.
The give and take in it is, hey, man, listen, we're going to play a fast-paced game. We want production, like you said, over retention. Production meaning we want to put the ball in the hole. So when we out there wondering, like, man, 2 guys shut down, we can't get it going, what are we going to go to? Oh, we got plenty of guys to go to. The non-negotiable is, if you want to play this way, then on the defensive end, you got to give me some effort. Y'all got to communicate. Y'all got to go rebound. We can't get to this end where it's a lot of fun going on without the hard work and the hard hats down here on this end. And I think it's the same thing like when you look at Nate Oates. That's why Nate Oates established that hard hat. It wasn't for the defense. Those are for the intangible things the guys do. The 50-50 balls they come up with, the stops they get, the loose balls, the steals, the rebounds, extra possessions offensively. That's what the hard hat, that's the blue-collar 9-to-5 worker that's going out there to get it done. This other stuff, we all can do this. Why? Because you just said it. We went and recruited that. We went and recruited that production. 17, 15, 18, 25. Like, we went and recruited all them points. That's easy. Y'all gonna do that regardless. Right. So if we spend a 2-hour practice and an hour, 15 minutes going over defense, It's not because we're trying to put a special scheme in. I'm trying to ingrain this in y'all brain. This is a part of it, too. So instinctively, when a guy's coming down, it's a 3-on-2, you're not saying, just give up the bucket. No, make them make 2 or 3 passes where everybody else is hustling because of effort to get back. We get a stop. That's not a score. We ain't got a race to outscore you every time. But if you want to play that game, too, now we got people that can do let's outscore you. You know what I'm saying? So, give me all that. Give me all that. That's what Rick, man, Polinsky, all them up there, man, them people are smiling ear to ear.
They're locked in.
You know what I'm saying? Like, these, you got guys that have been there through the draft process. They've been NBA scouts. You got guys coming in saying, man, I want to be a part. What's my next assignment? You feel what I'm saying? Like, He's been blessed with a good staff. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? And the ones that wasn't good bolted, you know what I mean, for other jobs, which was great for them. You know what I mean? But, man, this is, I think you don't get allocated that money to spend without something to stand on.
So the starting 5, maybe, as of today, just on paper. Yeah. You have Terrence Hill as your point guard. Mm-hmm. Day-Day Ames or Tyler Lundblade?
See, that's where it gets dicey.
Because Day-Day Ames has the skill set of a really good sixth man. Like he's got some Levante Turner in him as a bucket getter that can come off the bench. Tyler Lundblade is a little bit more of a specialist and is a shooter. So he also can kind of be a really good sixth man of the year candidate. You know Juke Harris is going to start. Jalen Harrelson's going to start. Miles Rubin's going to start. Beyond that, you have Dwayne Brown coming off the bench. Which I could even see Rick giving Dwayne Brown a couple starts at the beginning of the season because he's been there and because he's stuck around.
And I don't expect Dwayne Brown to be outplayed either by these guys because that was Felix's spot. Dwayne Brown started getting minutes because Kerry had a little drop-off and he was battling Felix Akpar in the offseason one-on-one every day. It was like, whoa. And he changed his body. So imagine what Dwayne, we might not even recognize him when he come back.
Would love that. And I liked him already. I liked the first version of Dwayne Brown. Exactly. So, and on the bench, you have Braden Liu. You have one of the bigs that doesn't start. You have Troy Henderson when he comes back from surgery, from injury. And you have a really good freshman class that's ranked top 25 in the country. And Chris Washington, who just committed from down the road. Anybody who's watched Chris Washington knows that dude. That dude's got some Juke Harris upward mobility. As someone, when he fills out a little bit more, has the ability to kind of be another Juke Harris type.
He has lottery pick potential. Dude, and you got him. You got the young guy coming out of Chicago that's going to be challenged for minutes. Matty Green.
Ralph Scott.
Dog, this is...
It's insane, man.
I got one question for you, though. Where you lost a couple of those bodies. It seemed like they've got more athletic, not bigger, more springy, not bold. You said Kerry name, it made me think of physicality. Will they need it?
I think so.
The way Houston plays it.
But see, okay, so when you have this is the similar situation to with Coach Barnes in defense. With Kelvin Sampson at Houston, Sanak Jr. and Kingston Flemings, the two freshmen that went to Houston, wasn't known for defense. Sanak was known for having a low motor and not being able to get going. He went to Kelvin Sampson in Houston for that specific reason, to change the narrative of, man, he going to go. Because you know it's non-negotiable with Kelvin Sampson.
Absolutely.
So same thing with Rick Barnes on defense. It's similar. But when you're asking about the strength and the physicality, Gary Mendenwall is sitting right there saying the same thing. Swords be that.
Bet. Brendan me.
Physicality. Word. That's what. Have you seen what I did with bodies? You know what I'm saying? Like that's a non-negotiable as well. I can't imagine walking into and I'm finna give you some high esteemed coaches, a Nolan Richardson practice and guys going half speed or 75%. Walk in a Rick Pitino practice and guys, when they say, all right, y'all, we finna pick up the ball 3/4 of the way, and they not at the other free throw line picking up. They at half court weight. You know what I'm saying? Like, I can't imagine going to a Roy Williams, a Bill Self, anybody associated with North Carolina and saying, you know, once the ball comes off as a defensive stop, we're going to walk it up and set up an offense. No, they're known for transition.
Yeah.
Like, they will stay in a secondary break offense. They ain't got to run no other offense. That's what they do. That's Dean Smith, what they do.
Yeah.
So when you look at this, the physicality aspect, I can't feel I can walk into a Rick Barnes practice and somebody's had a free run from the three-point line to the basket to catch it off the rim 2 times. Boom! Offensive rebound. Boom! No.
Okay.
I fully expect him to say, what the hell? Now, wait a minute. Everybody get on the line. Now, get on the line. And matter of fact, who was it that didn't box out right there? Hey, put it on the big board.
Yeah.
Let's look at this. Look how soft this is, y'all. Big Garrett, what are you doing?
Yeah.
He gonna point it in. What you doing? This what you doing?
Yeah.
Hey, everybody get out of practice. It's a weight room right there. Y'all go. Like, that's what I expect. Okay. You know what I mean? So physicality, just like defense, non-negotiable.
And Rick would have gone from sitting by himself on the bench, letting his assistants run practice,
like
to immediately taking over practice the second it happened, if that happened too.
This ain't like this. It's some things, but those are questions that you don't get to hear from the outside looking in, because you see it's a physical, imposing team when you come out there.
No
it's
doubt.
a reason that other teams say, man, dog, this finna be a hell of a game, dog. We gotta, strap up. We gotta play physical. They never used to talk about saying, man, we gotta really guard. No, we gotta stop Gillespie. We gotta stop Nate Amen. But physically, we gotta box out. Like, this is gonna be a physical. Defensively, gotta be strong with the ball. That's all the stuff that's going on.
It's like asking an old Nick Saban team if they're going to have like good line play. Like have good linebackers. Like literally, like of course they are.
That's what you gotta have. You know what I mean? Or it won't work.
Right. We'll talk a little Titans with Slay maybe here as we wrap up. Plus, I want to ask you about what's going on in Kentucky, because they missed out on another big recruitment. And
Lord have mercy.
Sean ain't living right now.
there's, and I say this with respect, there's a team in Clarksville, Austin P, who's got a better high school recruiting class than Kentucky right now in men's basketball.
Let's go, P.
Let's go.
The fly is open. Ron Slay with us as we wrap up the show next. Wrapping up the show on Ramon and Will this morning, Friday edition. Ron Slay's here.
Yeah.
Ramon Foster, Will Bowling.
Yes, sir.
You want to talk about Kentucky for a second before we wrap up with some Titans?
Yeah, this would be quicker than the break. What's going on with that, dog?
So the recruitment they lost this week to Kansas.
Tyron Stokes.
That's the kind of guy they got forever.
Yep.
And they not only have a very light high school class, they don't have a lot of transfers either. What's going on up there?
You know what? The wild thing about this is not who they're attracting, because they're getting everybody still to come on visits and everything, taking advantage of the trips, you know what I mean? Probably a couple dollars here and there, you know what I mean, to come on through, but being able to retain the guys, dog, like they can't get people to commit, which is wild to me. Like, this ain't Kentucky. The funny thing is, this is what you asked for too, though. You know what I'm saying? You wanted, you wanted the guys to come in now. Now, granted, this is why you got to be careful what you ask for. You wanted this during a crossover of the game evolving from the outside, as far as NIL, transfer portal, all of this stuff. So you wanted to get away from the one and done 5-star guys that were coming in. And now that everybody in the country is pulling at the guys that are sophomores, juniors, guys you may have developed, you're losing them. Plus, you can't get the 5 stars. So it's like, dang, what do we do? Thought Mark Pope was the guy. It ain't Kentucky. Kentucky still has their draw because they wouldn't be going to visit.
Right.
You know what I mean? Big Blue Nation is still Big Blue Nation.
They'll get on campus.
Yeah. It's going to be like, oh, wow. Like, this is something to see. The only thing I can allude to is it's got to be something with Mark Pope. You know what I mean? Like, you can't get the deal done.
This is what they wanted.
This is what they want. They were tired of Cal. And Cal still.
He's got the number one high school class in the country.
It's just what he does.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But they got tired of it. So
it's the 80-20, huh?
Yeah, it is. You know what I mean? So they got to figure it out. I don't. How they go about it, I'm not sure, man. I'm gonna have to hit my guy Matt Jones up, dog, and see what the hell's going on.
He's been going through it.
I know,
Twitter.
man. He's been going. I saw something today. I was like, oh wow, dog. I got to see if he all right. Like,
really?
Dude, it's rough. It's rough a bit because they never had this type of problem.
I've grown to respect him quite a bit, Matt. I think he does a good job.
He's an entertaining guy, man.
He is an entertainer. That's
What
a
he
good way
won't
to
do,
put it.
what I do like is he won't sugarcoat it for him.
No.
He won't sugarcoat it for him, man. I like, and he rub people wrong sometimes, but it's like, what do you want? Just the entertainment factor of it too.
And I think he's a good dude for everything I've heard too. There's some people that are pot stirrers who are legitimately good people.
There's a lot of people
in this industry, and then other ones are just pot stirrers, just as humans. And that's a different kind of. He's actually a good guy.
Absolutely right.
Yeah.
But it's
nice.
It's even gonna be more heat to what Kentucky's doing because of what Louisville's doing. Like Pat Kelsey got that thing rolling.
Sure does.
They getting there. You talking about putting a squad together? They put something together. And quickly.
That's the number one class right now. The Tennessee's about to take over when they get Juke Harris.
Yeah, this is, hey, man. They got to figure it out. But get what, though? That ain't none of our problems.
Sure ain't.
We rolling down yonder.
Nah, ain't no problem with that.
We cool.
Hey, get tight.
Man, and Kentucky, y'all beat us. And yeah.
Sure did.
Y'all
That's when they calling card.
Yeah,
pat him on the head.
Matter of fact, hang on to that. y'all need something. Y'all hang on to that.
The rivalry's kind of flipped because we used to be like, hey, but we beat you. And they'd be like, oh, we don't care.
Yeah. We're trying to get to the Elite Eight Final Four. Man. We're trying to knock on the door. That's all. So,
Lord of mercy, Savage. That's wild style right there, man.
That'll be interesting, man. Y'all, Charlie D, man. Charles Davis came on, man.
He was awesome.
Man, he always
phenomenal, man.
Always is, man. Always is. I love his comment. You know what? I went back and looked at Malik Neighbors. I can't wait to see what he does out of this Dabo system. This is going to be interesting, man. Like the targets that he was getting, and to say like you're not a number one, regardless of. Me and Savage talked about this, man. I may not have been the number one in high school. You know what I'm saying? But when I get to college and develop and get around something, it may just translate different to me. And it may click. And all of a sudden, everything that I was picking up being around elite guys, I may all of a sudden become more elite.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And become that guy that potentially they drafted me to be. So it's gonna be because all of that matters. You can't be a number one if you're not put in the spot to be a number one. And Dabo did a terrific job of putting Malik Neighbors in that spot to do it. We had Tilly on, and he said, I know one thing. We asked him about the comments made about him. He was like, man, I know one thing. Cornell Tate would have been number one at LSU last year.
He did say that.
So, it's going to be interesting to see how he's used, man, and what Harbaugh does with Malik Neighbors up there. Because I can't think of somebody other than a very quick in and out of breaks type guy to be a number one in the Harbaugh system.
What's fascinating about the Malik Neighbors, his conversation, his comments is just this, though. Those are usually said privately.
Yeah.
I ain't gonna lie to you. I had somebody come up to me 2 years ago, VFL legend, says, like, man, I got to apologize to you. I'm like, for what? You ain't never said nothing about me. He's like, I didn't think y'all was made of it, of the guys here. It's like, I didn't know you had 11 years in you in the NFL. Yeah. Very respected dude. And I was just like, what? Mm-hmm. Like, you must not have known me then.
You don't know.
But to your point of Malik Neighbors saying that about Carnell, guys get in different environments, asked to do different roles around more like-minded people, or just given the opportunity to not be behind damn Jeremiah Smith.
There you go.
You turn into something more. I felt my time at UT was kind of like hidden.
Yeah.
But you get to a place that recognizes and appreciate what you are. Like, I look at Carnell's situations. Man, I'm not saying he's going to be a star, stud, all-pro, pro bowler. But that's usually a private conversation.
Yeah.
And that is the one place in which we got too many player pods, man.
Yep. It's a lot of them. Oversaturated, too much information. Same thing, like when I went to Tennessee, my freshman year, I got up there. I was 6th man of the year in the country. It was other guys ahead of me. You know what I'm saying? That didn't mean that I couldn't have been the starter or the number one option on the team. You know what I mean? It was other guys. In my second year, I still was in the six-man role.
Yeah.
It was third team All-SEC. So you telling me I couldn't have been – you going to mark me as a third-team guy? You feel what I'm saying? Where as other guys ahead of me, if I'm put in that spot, you think I couldn't have been first? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's like Savage said, dog. You just get in different spots, man, and things change, man. They translate differently. So
They do.
Heck yeah, man.
Great stuff at Big Orange Caravan the other day.
Man, that was fun,
It was so awesome. I loved Kim Caldwell and how open she was to admit how wrong she got things last year.
Yep. That was huge. And she didn't dodge.
No.
It wasn't. And what I also like is usually when she answers questions, as soon as you finish asking, she answering it.
Yes.
You know what I mean? This time she was like, you know what? Yeah, that's a good question. Or, I didn't think about, you know what I'm saying? Like she thought about her answer, which I was like, okay, cool. You're giving me authentic, genuine answers right there. So I can respect that.
Ron Slade, 3 to 6 on 3HL. Good to see you. Appreciate you.
Appreciate y'all, man.
Back at it Monday morning, 6 a.m. bright and early. The Buck Rising Show is coming up next. Have a good weekend.
No doubt. Good people, man. Call your people. Check on your folks, man. Have a random conversation with somebody. I tell you all the time, we're more alike than they tell us we are different, no matter how crazy it is out there, man. Savage, we're going to have a good time this weekend. Maybe
Absolutely.
2 days in a row. Will. You got a soccer call this weekend, man.
Tomorrow night.
It's going to be a great weekend, man. But ELE, man, everybody love everybody, man. Again, I promise you, call your people. Check on them.